Day one of the Croatia Rapid and Blitz, the third stop on the Grand Chess Tour. It was a mix of veterans and young guns as the best players in the world brought their fighting spirit to Zagreb in search of points and prizes. Former world champion Viswanathan Anand gave the youngster Jordan Van Foreest a painful lesson. But it was world champion challenger Ian Nepomniachtchi who played brilliant sacrificial chess to take sole position atop the leaderboard. Day two of exciting action coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Zagreb for day two of the Croatian Rapid and Blitz. We're standing in front of the Croatian National Theater where spectators come to be enthralled by amazing performances of plays, ballet, and opera. Well, we've got our own drama brewing as the players are all set to go, and to call all the action, we're going to jump to the studio with Christian and Yasser.
Welcome back, everybody, to vibrant Zagreb, Croatia, the host of the third leg of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. Such a beautiful place to continue our long summer of chess here at the Grand Chess Tour. I am Grandmaster Christian Kirilla, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Yasser Sarawan. Yasser, good to see you.
As always, Christian, good to see you, and it's a pleasure to call the action alongside yourself and Maurice. It was really fun yesterday. In fact, everybody, it was a great start. Fighting chess across the board, and I tell you, I was just thrilled to call this action. Let's take a look at our standings after day one, Christian.
Let's see where we stand. We have Ian Nepomniachtchi, the challenger for the World Championship crown, in the leadership position with 5 points. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Alexander Grishuk, Shakhriyar Mamediarov, Saric/Kasparov, Viswanathan Anand, Anton Korobov, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, all sharing the second position with 3 points. At the bottom of the standings, we have Anish Giri and Jordan Van Foreest with 2 draws apiece and a loss. They're not doing amazing, unfortunately, for them. Yasser.
Especially Anish, and our format, Christian.
Let's look at the format. For the first 3 days, we're going to have rapid game in 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. After that, we're going to have blitz games in 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. The action is getting faster and faster. We do not have any draw offers whatsoever. For the rapid portion, we have 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. Those rapid games are very valuable. For the blitz portion, we have the standard scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. And we have a very handsome prize fund for this tournament. 5 days of action, $150,000 US dollars prize fund. Yes,
absolutely. Sir. And our schedule is as follows. We are in our second day of rapids. Today will feature 3 rounds of rapid chess, as will tomorrow, July 9th. And over the weekend, we will see 9 rounds of blitz on Saturday, 9 rounds of blitz on a Sunday to complete the tournament. Garry Kasparov will be suited up for the blitz. And of course, it's all about the Grand Chess Tour, as there's lots of points up for grabs. And here's our tour leaders.
Look at that. In top position, Wesley So with 21.3 points. He played 2 events so far. He's missing this one, but he already has a very handsome prize money next to his name. We have Leveronian in second position. But who is playing in this tournament?
Absolutely. There they are. There are 4 players. Shaq with his beautiful 13 points from Bucharest. He's playing in his second event. He's looking to retain his tour lead. But Anish Giri, ouch, MDL, really need to discover themselves. Sasha's still in a position that he can make a move.
Absolutely, very exciting players we have here on the tour, but we have
our colleague
on the mission in Zagreb.
Absolutely, Maurice Ashley. Maurice, good to see you. What's up?
Good to see you guys as well. Well, it was hot here in Zagreb. Temperatures well into the 90s yesterday. But it's one player in particular who is sizzling hot at the moment, standing above all the rest. And that is Jan Nepomniachtchi, the world champion challenger. As you can see, everyone else is at 50% or lower. He's the only plus score, and what a plus score that is. Remember the sizzling games he played yesterday. They were absolutely unbelievable, and this young man showing how to get it done. It's really been his year. 30 years old. He turns 31 this summer, but he became a grandmaster at the age of 17. That's pretty old compared to a lot of his colleagues who turned GM at 14, 13, and the like. 2016 ranked 4th in the world in both rapid and blitz. I think all of us would agree he's a top 5 player in both. No question about that. And last year, he finished the first half of the candidates tied for first after losing the last round against MVL. But in the second half, he showed that he was indeed the man, winning the whole thing, qualifying to meet Magnus Carlsen for the title in Dubai in November. That's a guaranteed $1 million for coming in second place in that event. For losing, he'll see if he can actually win the whole thing. Now everyone wants to take selfies with him, get his autograph. His is the name on everyone's lips. They're wondering, can he or can't he get it done against Magnus Carlsen? He has the genius, he has the ability. He certainly showed it yesterday, and I'm sure Magnus is paying very close attention to this performance, no question about it, as Nepo continues to rise in stature and prestige. Guys, we got to watch him all the way. I have to say, though, yesterday we played some basketball. I was involved playing with the Russians, and Nepo did sprain his ankle a little bit. I wasn't anywhere near him. Don't blame me. He did sprain his ankle a bit. We'll see whether or not yesterday's a little injury affects his play today.
Ooh, thanks for that little tidbit, Maurice. Indeed, sparkling play by Nepo as he leads the event. But let's set the table for round 4 as we start today's action. Christian, what do you have for us?
Let's look at the pairings. We have the wildcard Anton Korobov facing Anish Giri. We have the youngster, the 22-year-old Van Forest facing Ivan Staric. We have MVL Maxim Vashir-Lagrave against Duda. And we have the big battle of the Russians, Nepomniachtchi against Alexander Grishchuk. And last but not least, definitely, we have the hero from Bucharest, Mamediyarov versus Vishwanathan Anand. This one is going to be a hot one as well. Yes, sir, we have a lot of fun, exciting games in round 4.
Yeah, those last 2 games in particular sure got my attention. But it's about the Grand Chess Tour points. Let's just take a look at what these players are playing for. Money as well as tour points.
Those points are so valuable, yes, sir. Absolutely. Let's look at the prize fund. We have $37,500 US for first position, but more importantly, we have 12 or 13 points, GCT points. Those are very valuable. How do we quantify those, Yasser?
Yeah, well, the winner, if he wins the tournament outright, will get a bonus point of 1 for 13. In case of a tie, then it's only 12. And let's just take a look at our tournament Grand Chess Tour leaderboard for the moment and see who's on top.
Absolutely, we know who's on top.
It's going to be Wesley, isn't it?
It's Wesley, so...
We don't have that graphic quite teed up. Oops, I'm sorry,
But that's the beautiful scene in Croatia as the
Yeah.
players are ready to start the battles over the chessboard, Yasser.
I was about to say the stage. I just absolutely love what the organizers have done with the staging on our teaser. I love the cities that the events have been played in, and there we have our tournament leader and challenger to the world champion, Nepo, and he's rebranding himself. I'm telling you, I saw him in a lot of T-shirts in Paris, but he's sporting the 3-piece look
No, absolutely. He's definitely sharp for this one. As I was mentioning yesterday during the broadcast, I do have a feeling, and maybe Maurice can ask him in one of his interviews, whether he is trying to get ready for the World Championship by wearing this type of, let's say, tight outfits, you know, because
Right.
you want to play loose, you want to have a sport a t-shirt, sport a hoodie, you want to have freedom of movement, especially when you play rapid and blitz. But right now he's sporting that beautiful three-piece. I like it.
Yeah, I see that Michael Kordakowski, our executive director of the Grand Chess Tour, is getting ready to play the first move. And there you see him just behind Nepo. Michael, very instrumental in making this entire tour happen.
And we're on the way.
Now, yeah, let's take a look. Where would we like to start? Personally, I love the game between the Russians, Nepo and Alexander Grishuk. Whenever two rivals from the same nation play against one another, I always feel like two things are at stake. The actual tournament they're playing in, but also, you know, positioning in the national rivalry.
There's a lot of pride at stake, that is for sure. And Nepo is definitely looking to show who the boss is in Russian chess and in world chess.
And
let's look at the head-to-head.
live. Woo! In rapid chess, much to my surprise, because know that Nepo is such a great rapid player, but Sasha's saying, hey, wait a minute, don't forget about me. 12 wins to 15 wins with 16 draws. These two men know the measure of one another.
No, absolutely. Grishuk probably has been beating Nepo while he was still young.
I was about to say, where
but
did those that many wins come from? 15 wins?
Just-
That, ooh.
Just like Nepo was beating Magnus when they were very young, he has an amazing score against Magnus Carlsen. I think 4-1 right now. So
Yeah.
he's going into that match with a lot of confidence. But they're on the way, and we see Nepo's pet peeve, the C4. He's been sporting the English quite a lot recently.
Absolutely. Well, truth be told, his 1E4 and Scotch weren't really bringing him the success he needed. And in these days, he's been going with this B3 and E3 and Bishop B2 and Queen C2. And I tell you, he's been scorching the top players, especially with this G4 stuff that he's come up with. And in fact, he's been so successful, has Nepo on the white side of some of these games, that even players like Shakhriyar Mamidarov, for one, has said, hey man, I really like what you're doing. I can do that too. And also has been very successful. Against D5, I do not expect whatsoever to see the move D4 and Knight C3. Everybody's been playing this Knight F6, Bishop B4 variations. And okay, here we have it, G2, G3.
Play the move G2, G3. One of the players that you don't want to play those KG openings with B3, E3, Knight F3, non-classical openings is Grishuk, because he's going to punish you. He's such a good classical player. He feels where to put the pieces, and those are very, very dangerous options whenever you're facing Alexander Grishuk. So he's taking much more of a classical traditional approach with the C4 than G3, coaxing maybe black to go D4, and then we're going to have a fight, a Benoni type of structure with reverse colors. Alexander shies away from that. He takes on C4. Let's see what's going to happen next.
So this I kind of consider an invitation to play a kind of open Catalan. Queen A4 check and queen takes C4. Yes, you can recover the pawn, but usually black has an easy development after that with C7, C5, and so on. The move that I recall ages ago as getting all the attention was Knight A3. Bishop takes A3. I remember players playing a kind of gambit like this. B2 takes A3. If black ever tries to play with a B7, B5, these doubled A pawns become useful. Very interesting kind of a Catalan where the pawn is not on the D4 square. Well, the players are still in theory. Let's go around the hall and let's go to that game of Vichy for just a moment. Let me see what we've got here.
We've got a very interesting move and start, Yasser.
Yeah, I was about to say. So we have the bishop b4 variation, queen a4 check. That's how we get. I was thinking to myself, how are we getting our queen on c2 and a knight on b4? I'm used to seeing the bishop on b4, and I was like, what? Knight c6, e3, and I believe it was in Paris where bishop d2 was being tried by Wesley, Levon, and others. Queen c2, okay. Rook e8. The idea behind rook e8 is that after a3, the bishop doesn't really want to land on d6, where it might invite c5. On e7, it might be in the way. Actually, the move rook e8 prepares a place bishop f8 for the bishop to retreat. Bishop
Which
f8.
he did, bishop f8.
And then bishop e2 and knight b4. One of the problems with this knight on c6 is black really is looking to play c7, c5, breaking in the center, the knight's in the way. When you see the move rook e8, you also start to think, well, shouldn't I be playing for e6, e5 after bishop e2, d takes c4, followed by e5, may very well be a variation, but knight b4 was the choice, queen b1.
One of the problems with that line, especially when you already took the rook off of f8, is that very often you're going to be able to go after d takes c4, bishop takes c4, and after e5, you're going to have some ideas of queen to b3, attacking that pawn on f7, very soft pawn on f7, and I'm not sure if you are able to construct your defense, because that knight is also coming to g5 in the future. So that might be a problem. Nevertheless, that is precisely one of the plans that black likes to essay. Also, potentially, whenever that bishop from b4, instead of going to f8, you can support that push with e5 with the bishop on d6. Occasionally, that is also what we're seeing in this type of Ragozin structure, which is so popular nowadays. Everybody plays it.
So,
it's so difficult to crack, such a good opening.
Absolutely. So this is the type of situation you're saying, that the bishop on d6, not necessarily on the f8 square, but on the d6 square, more supportive of the move e6, e5. I completely agree with you on that score.
But Vichy takes a completely different approach with this knight to b4, forcing the queen to go back to b1, and now potentially he's going to play c5. He needs to play c5 at one point or the other.
In fact, you feel like it's now or never, in a kind of way, because if you don't play c5 now, a2, a3
is going to force the knight back.
on White's agenda, forcing the knight to drop back to either c6 or a6, and well, I can lock down things with c5 to begin with. So if c7, c5 is essayed.
Well, there's been a few moves actually. So
excuse me.
There have been a few moves. He, if I'm not mistaken, let's jump right to it.
Yes, we did see
after queen
actually.
to b1, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, this exchange. This exchange is meant to free up the d5 square. That is the most important thing, because as you were mentioning, after a3, the knight previously only had 2 escape squares, back to c6 or to a6. You don't want to go to a6. Knights on the rim are not very good, but you do want to put the knight in the center, and that's exactly why he took on c4. Also, it's very important that after bishop to f8, you wait for white to lose one tempi by moving the light square bishop with the move bishop e2. Now, black is ready to take on c4 whenever and is going to win a tempi. You don't want to take whenever the bishop on f1. So for example, in this position, if you take, this is a mistake. You're losing a tempo and there's absolutely no reason to do that. Wait, be patient, wait for the bishop to drop to e2 and then take on c4. And right now we have this position. Bishop goes to a6, a different approach, exchanging the light square bishops. What do you think of that, Yasser?
It's to me, it's not an intuitive move, the most natural move. In fact, I was kind of a surprise to see it. Frankly, I would have expected bishop b7 more or less, I would say, as an automatic establishing a threat to begin with. And you mentioned that this knight on b4 is probably going to be driven away. So to my mind, the most aggressive natural square is the square d5, and so bishop b7 also supporting our control of d5 looked very natural. Bishop a6 is a completely different approach by Vichy, and after bishop takes a6, knight takes a6, at the end of the day, Vichy is saying, well, actually there's two bad pieces in the position. One bad piece is my own knight on a6. The knight on a6 needs to be supported by c5. But the other bad piece in the position is the bishop on d2. Bishop on d2 for the moment is rather hemmed in by both knight and pawn. I'm thinking the c file is going to be important, but I expect c5. So maybe something like rook d1, knight e4 will be on white's agenda.
Well, we actually have an expansion in the center with
E4.
and then e5. Yeah, e4,
okay,
c5,
e4?
e5.
Well, I mean, you got to play c5. Essentially, e4 rescues the bishop, right? Now the bishop is saying, aha, I've got a plan. I'm going to go to g5 and follow it up with e5. What about you? Black says, well, I've got a plan too. I'm going to play c5 and bring my knight back into play, but no bishop g5, e5.
Directly e5, and this is to kind of misplace that knight from f6, but also to give a square for the knight to jump into the fray after knight to c3 goes to e4 and gets towards the king via g5. I think this is one of the typical plan in this position. Let's see what, oh, c takes d4, wow.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you go knight to d5, ideas of knight to g5 with the queen on b1 still, or as you were mentioning, knight could go to e4. Still this knight on a6. Knight d5 looked like the most natural move. Vichy said, no, 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 no. I can take on d4. You're welcome to capture my knight on f6. I'll capture the knight on c3. By capturing on d4, Vichy has absolutely assured himself of the c5 square. The knight will come to c5 and jump into the game. Things just got heated, Christian. I don't know. I mean, this is super double-edged suddenly.
I think this was a required decision at this point after e5, mostly because after knight d5, very natural move. The problem, as you were mentioning, Yasser, is that this queen is already on b1, so I can create by force a lot of weaknesses in your position. I'm going to go knight to g5, not h6,
G6.
of course. If you go h6, you get checkmated.
Right.
g6 has to be played. It's forced move at this point. And I'm just going to drop back with the knight from g5 to e4. Now this knight is ready to take this knight out of play. And then this knight, once this knight is out of play, I'm going to be able to jump to f6. That's going to, those are drastic situations for the king on g8. If you go to g7 right now, the problem is that I have a lot of dark squares that I can jump with the knight to. Knight to f6 was one way, but also I can go knight to d6. I can play the move bishop to g5.
I like bishop g5 most of all.
Not looking good for black in this situation. So he had to play this c takes d4 move, but now we have to wonder what happens after take. I can take on g7. I can also take on c3, offer this pawn sacrifice, but my pieces are quite active. I can go rook to d1 with a tempo. You have to go queen to e7 because this pawn on f6 has to be protected, and then I can bring the queen.
It has happened. White has captured on f6, captured on c3.
Dangerous.
And it looks double-edged. My goodness. Also, White, if he likes, can jump with knight g5, provoking g6 as well. That pawn on f6, I tell you, I've played a lot of games where a pawn on f6 is like a thorn in the throat. We talked about the alpha 0 pawn, a pawn on h6. Well, even more disconcerting can be a pawn on f6. What happens after knight g5 immediately, Christian? Isn't that just like tough for
after knight g5, black has to go g6. It's the only move in the position.
To stop mate on h7.
And then you can take, well, to be honest, the question is, after I take on c3 with the bishop, do I actually want to take on f6 and open up that g file and open up the king? Or do I want to go g6? That is also a question that Viswanathan will have to answer. But let's hear more from Maurice from Zagreb. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, a big development in the game between Anton Karbov and Anish Giri. We know Anish is performing poorly in this event. by his standards. Also on the tour, he didn't do that great in the first tournament that he played in, so he needs to perform well here. But he decided to be very ambitious. As we take a look at this position that we see in front of us, he played the move bishop to a5, a kind of an odd move when you look at the position. You say, well, you're attacking a pawn that can easily be defended. Queen to b2, defending the pawn and hitting the pawn on b7. What are you doing? Well, he had a very concrete idea, and then it's the next move. e4 played. He saw this idea, and what is the point? Well, if you capture on e4 immediately, black plays bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3, and then queen to f6, hitting the bishop on f3 and also hitting the pawn on c3, and he's going to collect material immediately. This is the idea he's played. He's hoping that it wins, maybe wins the game. The problem is white doesn't have to take this pawn. White has multiple moves. One big move is knight d2, gang tackling the pawn on e4, but more importantly, unleashing the bishop on the long diagonal all the way to the knight, all the way to b7. That means that if you were to capture on d3, queen takes on b7, and your position is falling apart along the long diagonal. This is a way to play for Korobov. He has not moved as yet. e4 on the board has Anish overlooked this big move, knight to d2. The knight can go other places as well, playing very concretely and aggressively and ambitiously, but it might backfire in his face. And if Anish loses this game, I can tell you his chances of winning this tournament are just about done. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, for that insight. It's just looking at the game between our tournament leader and Alexander Grishuk. As we mentioned at the opening of the show, these two gentlemen have played each other multiple times. And after incredible decisive number of games between the two of them, where Alexander Grishuk has an edge, at the moment, I like Nepo's position. He simply has the two bishops. It's a long-term positional advantage. Black has some space on the queen side, but okay, I think both players have reason to be happy, Christian. How about you?
No, absolutely. And I think Jan is definitely happy when he's looking at the time right now. Jan has 23 minutes on the clock, while Grishuk has 16 minutes. This is not unusual for Alexander Grishuk. We know that. But Jan is such an intuitive and fast player that it's very, very dangerous to go into those Zaynat situations against him. He's relentless. Whenever he sees that clock dropping to the last minute, he's going to put a lot of pressure on you. And Alexander knows that. This is a difficult position. As you were mentioning, Yasser, the two bishops, that's going to offer white a long-term advantage. Of course, black has a certain expansion on the queen side. He has extra space on that side, potentially that knight landing in the center, knight to d4, creating some weaknesses in the position. But overall, it's such a dynamic position that, to be honest, you need a lot of time for this one. And I don't like Alexander's time expenditure on this one.
Yeah, that's always a concern for Sasha, no question about it. He loves, as you said, Zeitnot, time trouble.
Time trouble, yes.
Yes. Do you, as a coach, do you have players in that have a time trouble addiction? And if you do, how do you cure them?
All the time, yes, yes, all the time. To be honest, I am one myself. I really enjoy deep thinking and getting myself into those time trouble situations. You get the adrenaline rush, you know, you get used to that actually, and it's so difficult to make those easy decisions sometimes. You have these easy decisions and you spend 20 minutes on a move. That's just unacceptable. Whatever I try to do with my students is force them out of the habit. It is basically telling them you are not allowed to be down on the clock in comparison to your opponent. So whenever we get down to those last 20 minutes in a classical game, let's say 5 minutes in a rapid game, I want you to be ahead on time in terms of your opponent. As long as you keep that, and as long as you don't spend more than 5 to 10 minutes per move, you're going to be golden. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You know, that's just the way chess works.
Nothing worked with Viktor Korchnoi. I didn't find a cure at any moment in our collaboration with one another. He was a time trouble addict, and that's all I could say. I mean, he would just have the most incredible thoughts and calculations at the board, and his fantasies were just amazing. But then at the end of the day, he would have 2 minutes for 12 moves at the end, and I'd be having a heart attack watching them. Just brought up the game of Duda and MVL. It's one of those positions that, my gut instinct says I really like white. In other words, this bishop on c4, eyeballing the pawn on f7. There's even a potential weakness of the pawn on g6. But then, having said all of that, if you look at black's position, he's got a lot of pieces surrounding and protecting his king. So it might be one of those where the optics, it looks worse than it actually is. And after quite some time of thought, MVL came up with the move d5. Your take on this position, Christian?
Yeah, the optics definitely deceive on this one, and it's kind of similar to the one between Nepo and Alexander, which it's still quite balanced, right? This is the key word in this position. It's very balanced. White does have the bishop pair, but for example, that bishop pair can be just simply lost in the next move after, let's say, c takes d5. This d5, c takes d5, you're going to be forced to take back with the bishop, and then I can take on d5 with the knight. That bishop on g7, I'm a bit worried about it. In general, it's a very good piece, the Fianchero bishop, but right now is blocked by that pawn chain, pawn wall, b2 and c3. Very, very strong. But the question is, how are you going to create weaknesses in the position as white? And that is exactly what he's trying to do by opening that long diagonal with this move d5. He's trying to target that pawn on b7 and create a majority on that side. Whose majority is going to be better and more flexible? White's majority on the queen side or black's majority in the center and on the king side? That is the question that these players are going to answer in the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's exactly the challenge for both sides. This queen side looks decent, but then you just play a few moves, knight c5, queen c6. You can imagine black being okay. Definitely a very sharp position with much going underneath it. And why is this game a must-win game for MVL? Well, we'll go back to the Grand Chess Tour standings. And again, taking a look at what MVL has done so far in the event. And as mentioned at the top of the show, Christian, he comes in as the #1 seeded player in the event. He's not doing that good.
No, absolutely. He's such a specialist in rapid and blitz, but he also played 2 events so far. This is his 3rd event. He played all the events. In this tournament, he's the only one that has played 3 events up to this point, and he only scored 9 Grand Chess Tour points. He did very poorly in Romania at the bottom of the standings. Then he kind of regrouped in Paris in rapid and blitz. He took 3rd position in that one, but he needs to win a tournament because he only has 1 tournament left. And Wesley So is a difficult man to catch right now with 21 points.
No question about it. In the team Kasparov, that is to say between Ivan Saric and Garry Kasparov, playing together as a team, Ivan playing the rapid portion, Garry the blitz portion. Gary's going to like, I think, Ivan Saric's position. Garry has been a Sicilian player most of his life. At one time, Garry also played the Caro-Kann. Even wrote a book about the Caro-Kann, did Garry Kasparov. And these unbalanced, queenside majority for white, kingside majority for black, I want to call them the Sveshnikov positions because of the London match between Fabian and Magnus, where they contested these positions a lot. Very different.
Look a little bit of how we got there.
And
yes, sir.
Yes, exactly.
Because it's definitely not a Sveshnikov.
It feels like a Boleslavsky of sorts. Yeah,
it's
from a Najdorf.
Some sort of a Najdorf, yes.
With bishop d3. But then with the move e7, e5, we kind of go into a Boleslavsky. But then in this case, you don't expect the bishop to be on d3, maybe on g2 or something.
Players are trying absolutely everything against the Najdorf because simply nothing works for an advantage. It's so difficult. It's such a strong opening. And right now, players are combining ideas. Bishop to d3, then we play b3. This is what modern chess looks like nowadays.
Exactly. And after knight d5, it's funny to see the bishop going from e6 to d7 to c6, kind of doing a ring around the mulberry bush, ending up capturing a knight on d5. Very early in this game, this bishop has been fianchettoed on the long diagonal, and after the move g7, g6, preparing bishop g7, I like what's going on here for black. We'll keep an eye on this game, but let's jump to Zagreb and our colleague Maurice Ashley. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, the last time I spoke to you, we were waiting for Anton Karabov to make a move against Anish Giri. Now I'm back because he just made a move over 10 minutes later. This is a rapid game. You got 25 total minutes to play, and on one move, he spent 10 minutes. It was after the move e4 where he was floored. By the way, after queen b2, he had 23:12 on the clock. Here after e4, he finally played knight d4, and he's down to 12 minutes. Almost half of the time he had to play this next move, knight to d4. He could have put the knight on d2 as mentioned, but knight to d4 also quite a strong move. We'll see what Giri had planned. Giri had anticipated the sacrifice on the capture on e4, hoping for that to happen. But now with the knight on d4 instead of d2, bishop takes c3 will be hitting both rooks if the queen leaves. So that is a bit of a challenge. But there's pressure on the c6 knight right now. So when queen takes b7, knight takes on d4 will allow bishop takes, and that will cause a defense of the c3 pawn. If I may make just a random move in the position to show you what I mean. Queen takes here, your knight's hanging, and knight takes, bishop takes, guards his pawn on c3. But can you imagine spending that much time on a move? This is a crisis moment in the game for both players. But knight d4, we'll see whether or not Giri has something special planned, as he thought that this e4 idea was strong. It turns out it was actually quite weak. Giri in a little bit of trouble.
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely. I understand Anton very well. I don't like his clock management, but he has this choice between knight d2, which looks like a very attractive move, as well as knight d4. And sometimes when you have these options of two equally attractive moves, you end up spending a lot of time trying to make the judgment of which move is better. Knight d4 to me seems just a lot more sensible because you still have all of these queen b7 ideas, but at the same time it just blocks the queen's attack of the pawn on d3 and invites any exchanges which will be met by bishop takes d4. I like Anton's position very much. I just don't like his time management either. Back to you, Christian. What do you have for us?
I was looking at this game,
game
that we were just discussing, the one between MVL and Duda, and it's quite interesting. I turned on the engine and I looked a little bit. Of course, the engine says 0-0, of course, typical engine stuff, but I have to say, this is the typical position that Duda really enjoys playing, because he's going to be able to develop a very nice offensive on the king side, and that's exactly what he's doing. And we were discussing that, oh, maybe you should take this bishop pair. No, you do not have to take the bishop pair, because that's going to diminish the firepower on the king side. You need to keep as many pieces as possible, and exactly this is what he's doing. After e4, after d5, he played the move e4. First, forcing the queen to drop back to e2. Now c takes d5, bishop takes d5. You do not want to leave this pawn to go to d6, because that's going to be just a problem. This thorn in your position on d6 is going to be decisive. You want to take on d5 first. And at this point, once again, you don't want to exchange pieces. That bishop on d5, very beautiful piece. The problem is that it's going to take a while for it to be effective in terms of attacking pawns and capturing those pawns. What you want to do is develop your own activity as soon as possible on the king side with this move, knight to g4. It looks like it doesn't do much, but what it does is preparing this move e3, taking advantage of the fact that this queen is very nicely placed on c7, looking at this knight on g3. You have to drop the knight all the way to f1, and now another defender has left the building. You're going to play the move bishop to f6, forcing the exchange of these bishops, but more importantly, making space for this king to go to g7. You want to get off this pin, and then once these bishops are exchanged, you want to start your attack and expansion on the king side with the move f7, f5. This is looking like we're in territory for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He really loves this type of positions. I'm going to be very surprised if he doesn't launch a devastating attack.
Speaking of first of all, thank you, Christian. And speaking of devastating attacks, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Let's turn our attention to the game between Shaq and Vishy Anand. When we left it, we were really having a difficult time right here at this exact moment. Should we capture on G7 and ensure that Black's kingside position is ruined? Do we spring with knight G5 provoking G6 and bishop takes C3, and then we've got this pawn on F6, which is really a bone in Black's throat? Or, thirdly, do we just sacrifice a pawn? I think this was something that you had mentioned yourself. Bishop takes C3, G takes F6, Queen E4, developing the pieces. Is it a good pawn sacrifice? Well, Shaq thought so. And Vishy said, you know, I've got a problem with my knight on A6. Yes, C5 was my intention, but now that I'm a pawn ahead, the knight is much better placed on D5 than C5. On the D5 square, it will block the D file. It'll hit the bishop on C3. More importantly, it will defend the pawn on F6. Knight C7 was Vishy's choice. Rook D1, Queen G4 check, Bishop G7, Rook E1. Nimzovich called this the mysterious rook move. What does it do? Well, it just brings another piece into the attack. Vishy said King G8 to H8. I'm going to get out of this pin on the G file. I may play for Rook G8 and F5. Show me what you got. Shaq said, well, I'll show you. I'll play the move Rook D4, which is a kind of an in-your-face kind of move, because what does it do? Yes, it prepares Queen H5, gift me the pawn on F7, and guess what? Zoop, Queen H5, Rook D4 on to H4 on White's agenda, and I've got to tell you, you don't really want to give this kind of initiative to a player like Shaq Mamidarov. After Rook D4, Queen C7 was Vishy's choice, preparing Knight C3, getting out of the pin. Rook C4 with a tempo, sidestepping the idea of F5 because the bishop, will be under threat. And I think we've caught up with the players. I'm expecting one more move, Queen B7. What you say about them apples, Christian? A double-edged position.
It's looking very, very dangerous, but I want to take the game back a few moves. You were mentioning that move, knight to C7. This is after G takes F6, Queen to E4, Knight to C7. Right. This is what I call an invisible move, because in general you want to go forward. You want to attack the queen. Whenever you put a queen on E4, you're expecting your opponent to go Knight to C5. You're not expecting him to go backwards to C7. This is the type of move that requires you to register all the consequences that have happened before, and that's what I tell my students. Have this imaginary notebook where you write the consequences of each and every move. And if we go back a few moves, after C5, this move, E5, this D5 square becomes a huge weakness. You're never going to be able to attack it and control it with a pawn, unless some sort of very unlikely exchanges come after F3, put a knight on E4, we exchange that. That's never going to happen. No. There's no pawns that are going to control this square D5 in the future. So this knight has this idea of going back to C7. Fast forward a few moves, of course, we have this position, as you were mentioning, Yasser. Queen potentially goes back to B7, but he's going to have to contend with a move Queen to H5, followed by Rook H4, and potentially a checkmating threat. But we have some news from Maurice as well. Maurice, what do you have?
This game we've been talking about has gone totally nuclear because Giri looks like he's blundered. The move E4 we saw earlier, this is Karabov versus Giri, knight to D4, E takes D3, and I'm not sure I can think of a single moment this kind of position occurred, maybe you guys can remember, where both players can take on C3 or C6 and will be hitting the major pieces in this fashion. Look at Black's bishop on A5, White's bishop on G2, and it just seems like an unusual tactical moment. C takes D3 just to clean up this pawn. This pawn could go to D2 and D1, so you got to get rid of it. And Giri is now captured on D3. He's allowed the possibility of bishop takes C6, but not chosen by Karbov. Bishop takes c6 was playable here, hitting 2 rooks. If you play bishop takes on c3, this queen could pin this bishop on c3 with ideas of taking one of the rooks. Let's say you move one of them off the line like rook to b8. There's a bishop a7 sighting where you cannot take the queen because of mate on the back rank. So queen b3 would have been extremely strong in this position, but Karbov missed it and played bishop to d4 instead, being very safe, and Giri might have dodged the worst in this position. Think if he had spent a little bit more time, Anton might have found this move, but he's down to 737 after spending all those minutes on that one move, knight to d4. Looks like he'd be fine in this position, but no advantage, as Giri seems to have escaped the worst.
Ooh, thank you, Maurice. Dodging a bullet there, Anish Giri. That move, bishop takes c6, was screaming to be played. Bishop takes c3, queen b3, as well as queen a3, keeping at pin. Wow. Big miss by Anton, who's actually played a very good game day one, I wanted to say. But we've got fights across the entire board. And you've got a game of Duda, Christian.
Absolutely. He is attacking, and more importantly, MVL has just blundered horrendously.
Ooh,
let's see what happened in this position. I think we left it after bishop to g5, d5, e4, queen to e2, and here I was mentioning after c takes d5, bishop takes d5, the potential knight to g4 and try to focus on the king side. Instead, Duda decides that his priority is to remove this bishop from d5 with the move knight to b6. Bishop takes f6 was played, bishop takes f6, knight takes e4, bishop takes h4. So I traded this central pawn for this side pawn on h4. But more importantly, and this is what happened, after bishop to b3, this was a huge mistake, a very natural move. You want to get this bishop off this attack from the knight on b6 and control, dominate the knight on b6 with this bishop on b3. But he forgot about this move. Bishop takes f2, boom.
Oops.
Now you cannot take with anything. If you take with the queen, I'm going to take on e4. I'm going to recover my lost piece. I'm going to be a pawn up. And the position is just simply winning. 3 pawns versus 1 on this side are not even going to be comparable against your 3 versus 2 on this side. Your king is also extremely weak. This is not recoverable. But after bishop takes f2, if you take with the knight, of course, you're going to lose the queen. That knight is pinned. And if you take with the king, I'm just simply going to give a check. That's a double attack. I'm going to recover once again my lost piece with queen takes e4 in the next move, and I'm going to be in a winning situation. Instead of that, MVL understands that he's in huge trouble. He plays the move king to h1, trying to keep more pieces on the board, trying to keep more potential for his attack with this knight, potentially jumping to f6, but after bishop to h4, queen to f3. This is not looking good for white. I'm expecting Duda to deliver and get the full point. Maurice, what do you have from us from Zagreb?
Well, you pointed out an explosive bishop sack in your game. We're seeing another explosive bishop sacrifice in another game. It's the game between Van Forest and Saric. And in this position here, you see white has got the 2 bishops, but the bishop on d3 is not exactly a superstar here. It's blocked by these black pawns. And in this moment, Van Forest decided, let me change the entire character of the position with a straight pawn sacrifice. Knight to c6, knight takes, bishop takes on f6, and after dc6, rook c6, he is now down a pawn. And you say, well, how did he improve the prospects of his position here? Well, he now continued with c4, a big time move. If you capture, then this bishop takes, and this bishop has far more diagonals and possible threats on f7 and a6 than it did in the previous position. Definite compensation for the material. Instead, the move after c4 was rook to c5, guarding the pawn on b5, and then suddenly here came the sacrifice. Boom! Bishop takes on g6 out of nowhere. This bishop goes from 0 to hero. H takes g6, another take on d6, picking up the weak pawn. Queen to c7, rook f takes on f6 as the other rook is pinned, and white went from being down a pawn, sacrificing to being up a pawn. Is it enough? Rook C to E5 played on the board. What an amazing conception by White in this game. Up a pawn, rook's a little bit cumbersomely placed, if that's a word, but still, it looks like there may be more sacrifices afoot on G6. Who knows? This one has taken an explosive turn. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maurice. And just a reminder to everybody, we have a team. Ivan Saric, Croatian Grandmaster, the local hero, is playing the rapid portion of the tournament, while chess legend Garry Kasparov will be joining the action over the weekend in the blitz portion. Gary's going to play 18 games of blitz, 2 games against his old rival, Viswanathan Anand. Make sure put your weekend plans on hold, everybody, because that is something that you don't want to miss. One thing that Nepo has not missed in his matchup with Alexander Grishuk, and I had to shake my head as I looked at it. I said, this couldn't be happening. He had the 2 bishops, did Nepo, and after this position, Nepo decided to bring his bishop back to E4 with the straightforward threat. I want to take this knight on C6, and I want to take this pawn on D4. Bishop E7, I was just like, did he really play this? And Nepo said, gift me the pawn. Bishop takes D4, and our tournament leader is, frankly, he just snapped off a pawn and said, I'm a pawn up. I got this. Nepo in cruise control, as his opponents just seem to be falling all over themselves with their blunders. You have the same game in your screen as well, Christian.
I have to say, Yasser, Nepo is a master of transitions, structural transitions in this English opening. I've seen him compete in Paris. He was doing similar things, and he was bamboozling his opponents. They just don't know what to do. They don't know when to do it. Specifically, in this position, I was mentioning structural diverse positions, and he decided to go this move, knight to d5, allowing this transition after knight takes d5, e takes d5 into a completely different pawn structure. Instead of that, he should have played the move knight to d4. This was much better. Keep the position as it is. Do not give this bishop any extra targets, because once that knight landed on d5, knight takes d5, we see this exchange, e takes d5. This bishop has targets on this diagonal, and that is a problem. Immediately, white is controlling the square d4. You're not going to be able to land any knights on d4. And after e3, he decided to play this move d4, trying to simplify the position. But that is not the way to go, because Nepo immediately took advantage of his potential targets on the light squares. This is the bishop that does not have an opponent in the position, and he's making great use of it. After bishop e4, you're threatening to go bishop to f5, rook to c7, bishop to f5, queen to d6, queen takes d6, bishop takes d6, bishop to e4. Once again, we're entering an endgame, but black just simply has too many weaknesses, structural weaknesses in the position, and white is able to pick them up with the bishops, and this is exactly as you were pointing out. This is exactly what happened. Take on c6, bishop takes d4, and Nepo is just in cruise control. He's going to win this one. He's the leader that we currently have. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Big development in the game that you mentioned between MVL and Duda, and it looks like Duda didn't play the most accurate move, and MVL is going to escape within an inch of his life. King to g7 was played here, knight to d6. White did lose a pawn, but does have the light squared bishop and some pressure on the light squares. Here, Duda's best move is rook to e5, trying to cover key squares, but this one was tricky. Instead, he played more passively with rook to e7, and MVL found the move queen to f4, saying, this bishop of yours that munched on my pawn is now under severe threat. Bishop f6, rook over to f1. What are you going to do about this bishop on f6? There's only one place to put it. Don't try the move knight to d7, because knight f5 check picks off your queen. Thank you very much. So instead, after rook f1, he had to play bishop to e5, and MVL dropped knight to f5 check on the board anyway. This knight has to be captured. You can't allow the queen to come into h6, and now queen to g5 check. No problems here for MVL. No attack. Well, it looks like there's no way to accelerate the attack, but it does seem as though this game will end in a draw after this move. Be careful, because check and rook takes wins the game, and then you'll just be crying. But after queen g5, there is king to h7, and it looks as though he can repeat king back. Actually, it looks like the attack is not as obvious as I thought, because queen g6 check can be met by bishop to g7. So what is going on here? It's gotten wild. King to g8, he might just have to play rook takes and bishop back. The game continues with MVL on the hunt, down a piece. Does he have enough compensation, though, to play a move like rook to g5, rook to f1, also playable? Looks like white is the one thinking about winning this game. Does black have a defense? Not clear if he'll even find it. MVL has completely turned the game around with his typical wily trickster attitude. Guys?
Boy, thank you for that, Maurice. I see that bishop on b3 and that knight on b6. Yes, Duda is a piece to the good, but the knight on b6 is not playing any kind of defensive role whatsoever. And in rapid chess, I got to tell you, the player who has the initiative really has an edge. After overlooking bishop takes f2, what a comeback. Speaking of comebacks and stellar defensive play, for me, I have to say, the Swanathan Anand, I've got to tip my hat. A lot of players who get into awkward positions against Shak Mamydarov, they get taken out, I mean, by a stretcher, too. When we left it some time ago back here, and we thought, or at least I thought, pardon me, 7 bishop to d4, trying to retain that bishop and not allow knight takes c3. Vishy quickly traded off the rooks. The knight, which was beautifully parked on d5, gave up its spot with knight b4. And then we just saw that, well, Vishy just said, hey, look, you got no kind of attack. This knight on d5, yeah, it took a while, but it went back over here to the king side. Black's king looks perfectly safe. And suddenly after the move queen c6, it's clear who's in the driver's seat. It was Vishy Anand, and now white is 2 pawns down and trying to get one of them back with the move queen h5 with the double hit against the pawn on c5, pawn on f7. Looks like Vishy played some really beautiful defensive moves in this game to stay in it and advantage Vishy. But what do you have for us? Oh, you're on the same game as well, Christian.
I was like, looking at the same game.
It draws your eyes as, again, you see when Shak's in great form and on the attack, I mean, he takes people out. He just wins.
I was just trying to understand whether Shak actually missed anything, and I just couldn't find it.
Right.
Vishy just defended perfectly this game.
Exactly.
And that knight c7 was so crucial, because with the knight on d5, attacking that bishop on c3 and being ready to exchange it at all times just allowed black a lot of flexibility in his defense. And I want to point this moment out. After rook to c4, we were debating where to put the queen. He decided to go queen to e7. I think this is a very good position for the queen, because, for example, if you go something along the lines of queen to h5, I'm actually going to take this bishop so that this bishop on g7 does not have an opponent anymore. If you go rook to h4, I'm just simply going to go h6. This bishop protects the pawn on h6. There's no way to double attack it or sacrifice anything on h6 right now. You have to take back. And now I'm just simply going to be able to play this move f5, queen to f6, queen goes back to g6. I'm going to force the queen trade, and the position is obviously preferable for black, because white's attack is not going anywhere. You do not have enough pieces, and this is what it all comes down to. Bringing that knight to d5, potentially exchanging one of your biggest attackers, that bishop on c3, at least hindering its position, and this is exactly what we've seen. He forced it to go to d4, but this cuts the action of the rook. You're never going to be able, at least for the moment, bring that rook back on the queen side to create any sort of mating attacks, and Vishy has just played brilliant chess. We currently have this position on the board. He decided, as you were mentioning, Yasser, after queen h5, black has to decide which pawn he's going to give back, either the f7 pawn or the c5 pawn. The computer says that c4 might have been a bit better. Nevertheless, it's not an easy practical decision to give this pawn close to your king like this and allow the queen infiltration on f7, because of course you do have this very beautiful tactical shot, rook to d3, and there's no way that white can get back into the game. If he decides to retreat, this pawn is just going to be unstoppable after c3. But he decided to give the c5 pawn, defend that pawn on f7. He's just going straight forward towards a better endgame. I'm going to have this majority on the queen side. He did play queen takes c5, rook to c8. We have this position. We're probably going to see the queen traded off in the next move. And black is just going to nurse an extra pawn in the endgame.
Looks very, very nice
good
to me. I'm looking at the game of MVL and Duda played a move like, hey man, you can't play that move. I saw this move knight c4, but instinctively I said, you can't play that move knight c4 because I've got this move rook c5. Whoops-a-daisy. That just kills it. I'm going to take the knight on my next turn. So I thought knight c4, I mentally turned that move off because of the move rook c5, and then he played knight c4, and I said, whoa, did he miss rook c5? These guys are too good to miss a move like that. No, there's this this nice move, rook e5, ignoring the threat to the queen. You take my queen, I take your queen, but with a check. You don't get to pick off the knight. So knight c4 was playable, and after knight c4, bishop c2. And although white's a piece down, again, it's one of those positions in rapid chess, the player with the initiative generally is the one that's really calling the shots. In this position, white's got ideas of queen h7 mate, thank you. There you go. And the knight jumps to e3. This game is alive. Wow, I guess it's just going to be a perpet after something like rook to g5. If you take the knight, pardon me, if the knight takes, got rook h7. Crazy stuff is going on here, but you've got the game of Anton, Christian.
Crazy stuff is happening all over the place, because absolutely, Maurice was mentioning this position in the game between Anton Korobov and Anish Giri, a golden opportunity for the Ukrainian here to take on c6. I think the critical line in this position was after rook a to b8 to understand that black has huge problems on the back rank, and this winning move, bishop takes a7, just simply leaving the queen unpre because you cannot take it. Rook takes e8, that's going to be a checkmate. Fast forward a few moves. Why am I bringing that up? Because at this point, after bishop to f5, rook takes e8, rook takes e8, the best move in the position, and this is a very natural move in the position, you just want to take the open file with the move rook to e1. But this is a pattern that seems to be evasive for Korobov in this game. He doesn't understand that this queen on b2 can deliver the checkmate via b8. He just didn't see it when he had this option of playing bishop takes a6 and bishop takes c6 and bishop takes a7. Now he has another opportunity to take full advantage of this weakness on the back rank for black. He doesn't. Instead of that, he played the move c4, which is a big mistake, and after bishop to e4, queen to a3, bishop to b4, now his black's pieces who are coming back to life, and after c5, bishop to b2, bishop to d2, you cannot take this bishop because this is a typical pattern. You're going to be checkmated on the long diagonal. There's absolutely no way to recover from this. If the pawn would be here and the bishop would be on h3, then you could go king to h2 and defend. Too many moves ahead. You're not able to defend that. You can play bishop g2, and that's just going to allow me to checkmate you. Next move. So after bishop to d2, he played the move queen to e2, bishop to c6, a very nice discovery attack, once again taking advantage of the fact that the bishop on d2 is taboo. And after queen to d3, we have this position on the board. Black is just simply better, is a pawn up, has more active pieces, and I think Anish is going to get his first victory of the tournament.
Wow, big turnaround all over the board. There's big turnarounds. Another game, I just want to correct myself, and that was the game of MVL and Duda. As we mentioned, this was a must-win game for MVL. He overlooked a bishop takes f2 check earlier. He had to sacrifice a piece, but he fought his way back into the game. Here, after knight e3, I mistakenly thought that there was going to be a perpetual check. By the way, let me interrupt myself to say that Nepo just drew the game.
No. I think he won the game.
Oh.
I think he won the game.
Oh, pardon me. We got a wrong report. But in this game, by the way, of MVL, for just a moment, I wanted to correct myself. MVL was for choice. He played the move rook c5, not the move rook g5, which I thought was going to lead to a perpetual check. Rook c5 with the threat of mate on h7, queen h7 mate, as well as the queen provoked knight takes e2, rook takes e7, rook takes e7. Uh-oh. A lot of pieces for black, but this knight on c2 was trapped, and after queen e2 takes, it's MVL for choice. Tell us, how did Nepo increase his tournament lead, Christian?
Well, absolutely very easy. He just dominated his opponent from the beginning until the end. He just knew those positions, as I was mentioning earlier in the show, just better than his opponent. He's an expert right now. He can be called an expert in this English, in the structural transitions that we see so often. And this endgame with a pawn up is just a technical affair for white. Very easy for players at that level to convert, and this is exactly what Nepo did. He gave up this pawn, of course, to take more space in the center and drive black's pieces backwards. d4, taking advantage of the fact that you cannot take on d4. This pawn is pinned, that rook on c6 is going to be lost. You're also threatening this fork with d5. The pawns just come rolling down the board, and there's absolutely no way you can defend against that. And this is exactly what happened. I'm not going to hurry to go e5, give you any sort of tactical opportunities linked to the fact that my king is on e2. I'm just going to pick up these pawns, and then I'm going to get my pawns rolling down the board. And this is exactly what we see. A dominant performance by our leader, who is just extending his lead at the top with 7 points right now.
Very, very impressive. Beautiful technique. I just simply love that point that you just pointed out, Christian, that move g4. And you get to play e4 with check, d4, d5, e5, and the final position speaks volumes for itself. My goodness, Nepo is just simply the class of the field, it feels like at the moment. Speaking of class, wow. I'm looking at the game of Viswanathan Anand. Vishy was a pawn up in the ending, but I'm not so sure his technique is that great. We just see this move king d3 by Shaq. He's ready to play king c4, take this pawn on b4, and looky, who's got the passed pawn? White's got the pass point. Did Vishy blow it?
He did.
Christian?
He did.
He did.
Yeah.
I'm
the
not
big
used
moment.
to seeing this technical wizard do this type of thing. Sorry, please
He did.
continue.
No, you were mentioning that key position when those pawns were on c5. Maybe we can go back to your board when that pawn was attacked on c5 with the queen on h5 and the pawn on f7.
This was the crucial moment, the key moment right here. As you were, sorry to interrupt you, but the double attack. He had the option that you mentioned, which was c4, preparing the move rook d3 with advantage. Instead, he went into what he thought was a favorable ending, and he overpressed his hand. It feels like he overpressed his hand.
He did, yes,
And
because I think what he missed was this move knight to c7. To attack that bishop from c5, because he thought that with the bishop on c5, the king is not going to be able to approach the pawn on b4, because you're going to lose the pawn on f2. So in order to release the king from its defensive duties, you have to play a move such as f3. The problem is that that opens up the discussion about my bishop attacking via g1,
Exactly.
the structure on that side, creating some holes and then invading with the king. Instead of that, Mamediyarov spotted this very beautiful knight c7 to attack the bishop from a6. This is very not typical, because that bishop on d6 is going to dominate the knight. But my king comes all the way to c4 really quickly, and I have a huge weapon ready to be unleashed. That is the pawn on a2.
Right, exactly. A very unusual move to not pin, but self-confine the knight. The bishop is dominating the knight, but White's king comes to the rescue of the knight just in time. He gets to play knight takes, and you mentioned it, but boy, I was saying that a pawn could essentially win the game. Now, Black is going to be more than happy to sacrifice his bishop for the a pawn and to try to get his own play on the king side. I was about to say, just before the move knight takes b4 was played, you could slow play it with a move like either f3 or h3. Shaq said, nope, I'm just taking the pawn and I'm playing for a4 and a5. Bishop drops back, and of course, white can win the bishop, but you don't want to do that. But let's go to Maurice in Zagreb and get some further insights. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, guys, we have a big development in the MVL game. MVL just blundered, winning easily, cruising in this game, played the slip up, queen to f6 and queen to f4 and allowed rook to f6.
Let's choose a game.
Skewering his rook on f1. He can't play queen c1, obviously, because there's a rook sitting on c8. That would just simply lose the game. So he just blundered. He just allowed rook f6, queen takes f6, bishop takes, and this endgame is a lot closer. He still has a 2 against 1 on the left, on the queen side, but this is not enough. This is an incredible mistake by such a world-class player, just allowing a simple skewer of his rook. MVL way out of form. Guys?
Whoa, we're seeing some real technical blunders. We don't expect at this very, very exalted level. That move queen f6 looks terrible, but you have something, Anton's position against Anish.
I think we should, as we enter that time trouble situation, I think we should focus on the players right now, because they're only having 30 seconds on the clock. That is Anton Korobov and Anish Giri. Both are not doing amazing. This one is probably going to be a draw, but the other one, that Anish Giri, I think has a great advantage, and we'll see if he's going to be able to convert. Maybe we can switch to that one. The one between Anish Giri and Korobov.
I also want to say that I do think Vishy's losing. I don't think he's going to be, king?
Right now he's not. No. He's fine.
But wasn't there the move knight a6 in the game of? Okay, yeah, let's stay with Anton.
The thing is, they still have more than 4 minutes on that board. On this one, they only have 30 seconds.
Good point. And Anton just played the move bishop a5, anticipating that his attack on the c7 pawn was going to force a defensive reaction. Anish said, no way. I'm going to play bishop b4, and I've got to pass a pawn. By the way, the pawn on f3 also, we talked about how powerful pawns on f6 and f3 can be. Pawn on f3. By the way, I've just been told that Ivan Saric's game was a draw. Team Kasparov probably saying, very well done, young man.
Yeah, with the black pieces, the draw is never bad. That pawn on a7, though, is going to be such a weapon.
What about check and rook e2? Ooh. Because you want to play check, drive the king away, and then play rook e2.
Yes.
But then Anish noticed he could have just played rook e2 right away, and he seemed like he was going to play it, then drop back. And it sure feels like Anish is cruising to victory.
On his way to his first victory of the tournament. That is my pick, Yasser. Finally, I'm getting a victory.
He heard your cries like, support me, Anish. Come with the good stuff. Rook e2, threatening ideas like rook e1.
Well, the thing is that you're very happy to exchange one of the rooks. Yeah, well, the rooks.
Yeah,
even if you give up one of the pawns, potentially the pawn on f3, which you're not forced to give by any means. But even if you give that, if you put the bishop on c3, you're just simply going to be winning.
Yeah, I'm thinking f2, rook e1 is on White's agenda. Hence, we saw the move rook f1, but f2 and bishop e1 is simply going to trap the rook.
And now we go a5. And the question is if you can take on f2 and still catch that pawn.
Yeah. Well, I'm playing bishop e1. I don't know if I actually even need a5, but bishop e1, to my mind, freezes the rook, and it basically means you're an exchange down.
And that is what he goes for.
Yeah, he did it.
He wants to put the king on f1 now, white that is.
That's a good idea. And also the idea of rook h5 and getting the rook round, because I always thought I would be able to play a5 and a4 at my leisure.
10 seconds for Anish.
Ooh. I tell you, I don't know how it happens, but the time, 25
he
minutes.
played it with 3 seconds on the clock.
3 seconds.
He has 13 now because we're gaining 10 seconds every move.
Right. That 25 minutes, I tell you, it's not 25 minutes. It's like the rules of physics change during rapid chess, and somehow you think you have all the time in the world, 25 minutes and 10 seconds for each and every move. You look at your clock and you got 3 seconds.
Now he has to go bishop to e5.
Right, which he has done.
Checkmate, f6.
f6, he's won his pawn back. And the bishop is, strangely enough, on the perfect diagonal to keep both the c pawn as well as the a pawn under lock and key. He played
a5.
e5.
Well, he has 3 pawns, and white only has 1. So.
Yeah, good point. King f7, just to make sure.
Be technical. Bring the king into play.
Yeah, and also stop being ideas. I don't know if rook d7, bishop ah8. You see a move like that, and you say to yourself, okay, my opponent has studied his problems, his compositions.
I think Anish is confident that he will be able to convert this one. Now, the question is, how do we bring the rook to the attack and try to force the promotion of the f1 pawn?
Ooh,
this is a good way to do it.
Because it had ideas. What was the intention after
rook takes a4, he was going to go bishop to c3. Or queen.
Or queen, and
yes.
bishop to c3. So essentially, the a pawn's taboo. But in that case, why not push it?
And he did.
And why not push it again?
And he will. There's absolutely no reason why. A2, maybe bishop to b2.
A2, rook takes, well, maybe bishop c3 is the simplest in that case.
And that is exactly what he's going for.
By the way, the game of Vichy, that ending that seemed to go back
and we see a resignation,
was a draw. And we do see Anton giving it up. A very, very key and important victory for Anish Giri. And we see a repetition between Shaq and Vichy handshake. What a game. One game remaining, I believe.
No,
that was it. That was all done.
That was round number 4 in the books.
Another victory for Nepo as he's just galloping away with the tournament. We started the day. He had a 2-point gap over the entire field as everybody else seemed to be in a tie for second. But let's just see a replay of the fake out. Here we thought rookie one check. Oh,
nope.
Wait a minute, I'm not so sure. Not so sure. It is touch
Anton
move,
said,
of course. Yeah,
no problem.
No problem. I've seen that a lot, of course, in my career. But let's go to Maurice in Zagreb.
Well, an incredible head-scratching game between MVL and the Polish sensation Duda. It looked like it should have been a draw after MVL's horrific blunder with queen to f4, allowing the skewer. But I got to tell you guys, they got to go back and study their king and pawn endings. In this position, MVL decided to play the move rook to e3 to trade off rooks. And that allowed a trade, king g4, king f2, and now f4, a delicate move. There's a 2-to-1 advantage on the other side, but Black's king is ready to gallop over and stop everything happening over here. But here is the critical moment in the game. The best move was king to c5, and after king c3, which he was afraid of, to play the move b6. This construction is drawn. b4 check, king c6, and now if you play king to c4, you'll be hit by the move b5 right on time, saving the game. That would happen after this, and everybody knows king and pawn ending, that would have been drawn. So instead, in this position, after king to c6, if white tries to move like king to d4, not just simply king to d6, and b5 doesn't do anything because king to e6, an important move here, stopping the white king from making any progress in the position. You can't flank on the right side, and you can't, a5 does nothing at all as the black king is well within range. This position is drawn. Instead, he played the move king to d5, and this is losing to king to c3. You can't get the same setup anymore because now after this position, king back, white can play king d4, not allowing the b5 idea. And now when you play like this, white is just too aggressive, can play a5, shut things down, and you get nothing, you lose the game. That's all MVL had to do is play the move king to c3. What did he do? He played king d3, allowing the draw once again. King c5, king c3, and now we know what to do to draw. Play b6. b6 draws the game. What does he do? King c6 does Duda play and allowed king c4, and now b6 doesn't work because king b4, king c7, king b5, king b7, and a5 trading off the pawns, and that's all she wrote. The importance of king and pawn endings, folks. If you don't feel you need to study them, think again. Even the best of the best under pressure can flub these, and they did here at MVL with a crucial point as he needs to keep pace with Nepo if he's going to have any chance of being able to contend on the Grand Chess Tour. Guys?
Wow, what an amazing turnaround. Those half points, Christian, they are so meaningful, and it hurts so badly. But now we have our standings after this round 4 in the books. Christian.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is still leading. What a dominant performance so far with 7 points. MVL, he started off slowly, but he picked up the pace. Now he's on 5 points only, 2 points behind the leader. Then we have a lot of players on 4 points. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Anish Giri, who got his first win. Kasparov/Saric in this tournament. Vishwanathan Anand, all with 4 points. And then at the bottom of the standings, we have Alexander Grishuk, Anton Korobov, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Jordan Van Forest with 3 points. Quite a decisive round.
Yeah, look at all of those 2-point wins. As we go on our break, we're going to leave you with some interviews of the players and also a lesson from Kasparov.com, Spotting the Win. Enjoy. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome to Zagreb. What are your thoughts about playing in this city, and what do you hope to accomplish in the tournament?
It's actually this year Grand Chess Tour is very nice for me because it was my first time in Romania, and now it's my first time in Croatia.
I mean, it's a chance for me to play with the best players in the world and to show that I can fight with them, and I just want to play some good games and make some good results and hopefully get a few wins.
Yeah, I'm trying to play good chess, have fun, and hopefully win as many games as possible. That's the only plan.
First of all, I liked Croatia 2 years back. It's a lovely country. But thanks to the very unusual circumstances, this is my first tournament since February, first over-the-board event since February last year. And my first flight in 375 days, so 10 days more than a year. And it was really nice to come in here. And I'm looking forward to playing.
To accomplish in this tournament, to tell the truth, my wife said that I have to earn some good money here, some decent money, at least better than the average salary in Ukraine per year.
Okay, I think it will be a very interesting tournament, very good tournament. We all will enjoy, like in Paris tournament. It was a very good tournament, very nice chess, very good games, and I hope same will be here.
Well, hopefully as well in Paris get some practice. I guess could be my last rapid tournament before November, December. So of course, like every game is hopefully would be quite a good lesson.
First of all, I'm excited that after so many months I will finally play some over-the-board chess, and I'm excited to play against such a strong opposition. I'm hoping to win some games and to play my best chess.
Yeah, it's great to be back in Croatia. I enjoyed Zagreb a lot last time I was there, so I'm hoping to have same fun, same good times, and of course play better on the board than I did last time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward again to play over the board Rapid and Blitz. I've played over the board past year, but not Rapid and Blitz, and I played so much online. I think it's going to be exciting, a different experience, pieces flying all over the board.
Oh, I'm afraid of everybody here, but you know, the life is very unpredictable, and the worse the expectations, the better the result.
Let's now see one of the toughest examples of this already very tough section, spotting the penning win. A game between Jean-Noël Riff and Ghulam Ali, which was played in Gibraltar in 2017. White has just played Queen f5 check, forcing Black to accept a gift on h5, after what Black has a full extra rook. However, the king on h5 is obviously a huge target for White. The first thing to do for White to try to checkmate the Black king is to remove the bishop from g3 in order to be able to push g4 check. However, h2 would be a very bad square for the bishop. Since Black would play, for example, Queen f6, trying to trade queens, and if White plays g4, king h4, bishop g3 is not a mate, as Black could take on h3. King g2. This is not a mate, as Black will be able to sacrifice his bishop to force the king away from g2. After what, he's going to trade queens, take on h3, and Black is going to be winning. That means that in order to make this kind of ideas work, when White protects the h2 pawn, the h3 pawn, he should try to go to h2 in order to avoid any check from the Black bishop. So White was very clever here and played bishop f4. In the game, Black played Queen f6 anyway, but now it was all very different. White played g4 and could put his king to h2. And now we have a forced checkmate. It will be either bishop g3, or if Black captures the bishop, Queen h5. So after king h2, Black resigned. A tougher defense would have been rook takes e5, bishop takes e5, and now rook e8 in order to attack the e5 bishop. Bishop which Black needs to attack, otherwise g4 check and king h2 is coming and checkmate will follow on g3. f6 was another way to attack the bishop. However, it would allow g4 check, and then it would allow the White queen to penetrate through g6, and a checkmate on the h5 would follow. That's the reason why rook e8 would be a much better defensive move. Now g4 is too early, because after king h4 the bishop is hanging and the pawn is also hanging. A check is coming here if the bishop moves away. So that would actually go wrong for White. So White needs to be clever again and play the same move as we have played on move 1 of this combination. Bishop f4 again. The only good square for the bishop, because if you put it there on the queen side, it will just be hanging. If you put it on g3, it's going to block your g-pawn, and if you put it on h2, you're going to get checkmated in one move. So bishop f4, definitely the most clever move. Now Black has several ways to try to defend the position. If he plays, for example, queen e6, then g4 check, king h4, and White has two ways to win the game. One is to play king h2 as usual. The The other one is to sacrifice on g5. And after pawn takes g5, play queen h7. And in case of king takes h3, queen f3 is a mate in one. So queen a6 is losing. Queen e4 is not a solution either. Sorry, the position. This is how the position is. Since white would just take on f7. Then if king h4, bishop g3 is a mate. If queen g6, g4 check, and then queen takes queen. So that would lose the game right away. The only way to prevent a checkmate would be to deliver a check on e1, king h2, and take the f2 pawn. And now white's got to be materialistic and just take on f7 and take on g5, forcing king takes g5, since after pawn takes g5 there would be a mate on h7, and just capture the white queen. And white has lost a lot of extra material and the game is over. So after bishop f4, white was winning anyhow. He could have tried a better defense as he did in the game, but anyway, a brilliant combination by white and a very simple but very smart move, bishop f4, to start the combination.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. We are on day 2 of our 3rd event. I hope you enjoyed those lessons that we've been sharing from KasparovChess.com. Do keep in mind that during the Croatia event, there is a 30% off of memberships for KasparovChess.com. Take advantage of this offer. It's good for the whole of the tour. But Christian, we have our standings.
Let's see where we're standing. Let's see where we're standing. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi at the leadership position with 7 points after 4 rounds. We have MVL, who started off slowly but picked up the pace with 5 points. Only 2 points, that's 1 game behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, Anish Giri, Kasparov/Saric. Saric is playing the rapid. Kasparov is going to suit up for the blitz. They're doing quite well with 4 points. Vishwanathan Anand, 4 points. Alexander Grishchuk, Anton Korobov, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Jordan Van Forest with 3 points apiece. That's 2 draws and a loss and a win.
Well, we came in today's action, Christian. It was one of those situations where there was Nepo and everybody else was bunched together. We didn't know who was going to jump out of the pack, but in that round 2, we had so many topsy-turvy games. MVL emerged, as Maurice was showing us from a king and pawn endgame. MVL, is there life?
There is some life, but he's still rusty. I have to say, he got a bit lucky in that one. We remember that bishop takes f2. That's just a beautiful sacrifice by Duda. But he did not time his clock management very well. Unfortunately, he got all the way down to his last minutes, and that's when the blunders occurred in a difficult position. Even after that bishop f2, okay, you're a pawn up, but there's a lot of lines open towards your king. If we remind ourselves, just for the players and the viewers to see these positions that I'm talking about. At this point, this bishop f2 was a very, very beautiful shot, tactical shot by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And after king to h1, bishop to h4, queen to f3. At this point, this was the critical moment. He was supposed to defend this square d6 somehow. You're not allowed to get that knight to d6 with the move bishop e7. That would have been locked up. This knight would have been dominated, and there's no way to construct your attack with the white pieces. I'm just simply going to reshuffle my knight on b6, which is currently dominated by the bishop on b3, probably via c4. If I manage to exchange these two knights, then I'm just simply going to go king to g7, get off this diagonal, and make use of my extra pawn. This was a golden opportunity for young Krzysztof Duda, but unfortunately for him, he did not manage to do so and fell under a tremendous attack. But Maurice is in Zagreb, and he has some thoughts for us. Maurice, what do you have?
Well, I'm kind of saddened by what I'm about to tell you, because it does seem as though one person, I don't know where he is in the world, but he is thrilled to see what's happening at this event, is Wesley So. Jan Nepomniachtchi is not a part of the Grand Chess Tour. He's a wild card, but he's coming in here and just stomping on the chances of the actual tour participants. If he picks up 13 points, if you look at the overall standings in the Grand Chess Tour, if he picks up 13 points by winning this event, he's going to make it very difficult for the other players to catch Wesley. Levon has already played 2 events. He's a full 8 points behind Wesley. They'll both be playing in St. Louis. Shakhriyar is sitting at 13. He's the one we'd say, well, he could make a run. But so far, he's doing nothing in this tournament. Maxime, having played 2 events already, I'll tell you, even if Maxime, who's doing well so far, were to win this tournament and get 13 points, he'd be at 22 after 3 events. He'd need Wesley to bomb in one of the St. Louis events for him to have any chance of winning the tour. And of course, Alexander Grischuk at 8.3 needs to do well here to keep pace, but he's not doing well at all. If somebody doesn't do something, particularly Shakhriyar, Wesley So will be an inside track to win the Grand Chess Tour before we ever go to St. Louis. Not great for the drama of the tour, of course, but anything could happen with 2 tournaments left in St. Louis and a lot of play left in this one. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And by the way, we get to give a shout out to a real friend and colleague, Leonard Otis. Leonard's the multicolored hair person that you see taking all of those wonderful photos on our website. Congratulations, Leonard, on your birthday. Always a fun guy to be with.
Happy birthday, Leonard. Absolutely. I was spending some time with him in Bucharest. He's such a fun individual to spend time, and his photos are just ridiculously good. Half of my Instagram feed is Leonard Uth's photos, you know. So, yeah, sir, when are you getting on Instagram?
Dude, who has the time? I mean, and I'm not the photo taker either. But by the way, let's take a look at our predictions. I had a hard time remembering who I actually chose. The action was so thick yesterday, but here is where we picked.
And I think this is what it looks like. That bolded line is the overall pick, and the yellow line is the blitz pick.
Right.
And we have Maurice with, of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi to win the overall. You picked Mamediyarov and I picked Anish Giri. I'm sitting nicely after the last round. I wasn't sitting very pretty before the last round, but I'm happy now.
I thought a moment
How are you
ago
sitting
there,
nicely? You're down.
Sorry,
you're way
Maurice.
behind the leader.
Much better than what I started with.
How's he sitting nicely?
Much better than what I started with.
The guy just went to 50% and he's sitting nicely?
I'm happy with 50%. I'm happy with 50%, Maurice.
You're happy with 50%? Okay.
I had Magnus.
Well,
all I know
by the
is
way, I want to
Magnus.
say about Leonard, I don't know what traditions you guys have, but in where I grew up, when you had a birthday, everybody had to give you punches.
Right.
Oh, they love to give you punches.
Right.
And so this morning, when I saw Leonard, I lined up his arm and knocked away, baby. And the last one was the good one. Hit him hard.
Yeah.
So he's got a sore arm right now.
You got to
At
get him right
33
in the
years young.
tricep too. I mean, that's really good, especially give him a knuckle punch. But yeah, I just wanted to say a moment ago, if you don't mind, if you just pick up on your board, it was the game of Shaq and Vichy.
Which one?
There was
Okay.
that
Let's
crazy
see.
ending where, if just go to the position where it was knight versus bishop.
Yes.
It just
You were mentioning that you
with the
spotted
king
a
on
win,
b5.
right?
I thought right here.
King on
yeah,
b5, knight, king to f3. Yes.
I thought right here, the move for white was the move knight a6. Could you just
Okay.
put that on the
And
board
what
for a
if I
second?
run away?
And knight c5.
So you're trying to take all my squares away. You're trying to go
Precisely.
king, knight to b7, but then I'm going to jump to b8. So
If
let's
you
see
could put
who's
it
fast.
down. Yes, king takes. This was my main line. Knight to b7.
Okay.
Bishop c7, king to c6.
Bishop to b8.
Now I get to push my pawn.
Okay, and I push
A5.
my pawn too.
a6.
And I continue pushing.
And let's say knight to c5.
Continue. Ah, so now I will go bishop to a7. I'm not going to allow you to go king to b7, which will win the game. So
King to b. Oh,
it
so I
looks
had
like
to go-
a3 just wins, but king to b7, that's big
And that
problem.
was what I thought was going to win. So it means that I actually have to waste a tempo and go king b6. Could you take the move back, knight c5, king to b6, e3, knight to c5, e2, king b7, or knight d3.
The
I have
problem
to
is
go
you
knight
can
D3.
go knight to d3, but now I'm going to attack the knight. I'm going to force the knight away, and I'm going to take advantage of your king's placement. I can go right now bishop to e5. You don't have time
Exactly.
to go a7.
I thought it was.
This is the key, Yasser.
Oh,
but
nice.
this is a one-move calculation, right?
But
Guys,
let's
the
do
games
the
are about to begin.
pairings for this, the second round of today, our fifth round 5 for the Rapids overall. Christian, here's the table. Lay it down for us.
We have Vishwanathan Anand against Anton Korobov. This one is going to be a fun one. Grishuk versus Mamed Yarov. We have Duda versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. We have Ivan Saric versus MVL. And we have Anish Giri against Van Forest. This is a reiteration of the Tata Steel tiebreaks. This is going to be a fun one.
And the games have started. I just saw that Vichy Anand versus Anton. It's the French defense, which it's strange. It's like the French defense is one of those lines, openings where it just falls out of fashion. You can see an event, an elite event, where nobody, and I mean nobody, is playing the French defense. It's all Berlins, Joko Pianos, or Sicilians. And suddenly, it's made a resurgence of late, Christian.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it was Nepo that actually brought it back last year when he essayed it during the candidates tournament with quite some decent results. Nevertheless, his last French that he played in that first part of the 2020 candidates, he lost against MVL, and that was
Yes.
the tipping point for that tournament. Fortunately for Nepo, that tournament was halted at the midpoint through at that moment and resumed not many months ago in March of this year, or April, I think it was. But nevertheless, that was an important moment for the world of chess because it gave Nepo some breathing time to reflect upon that loss and get ready for the second part of the event.
Right.
If that event would have continued, who knows, maybe MVL would have been the candidate.
Yeah, he definitely had the momentum just at the moment that the tournament was brought to a halt for over a year. It felt like some correspondence event that, you know, you just knew it was being played. You just didn't know when it was going to be completed. And I'm just looking at going around some of the games, looking at the various openings.
Right now we see Nepo on the screen right now against Duda. And what do we have there? We have some sort of a Nimzo?
It looked like a Nimzo. Let me just get it on my screen. I have it. And this was with E3, Rubinstein Nimzo with E3, Castles. And Wesley So had great success in Paris with the very modest Rubinstein Nimzo Indian, getting the two bishops and nursing some of those games that nursing some of those middle game positions into victories.
And I have to say, we're getting a lot of these situations where one side has the bishop pair and the other side has the dynamic play or the better structure.
Exactly.
And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. We see that bishop locked on b2. You might wonder, why is that bishop doing on b2? It's like facing the pawn on c3, then the pawn on d4. What are the prospects for that bishop?
Exactly.
You're going to want to play the move c4, but that's going to open the possibility for black to take on d4. And depending on what you take, if you take with a pawn, then you're going to have the hanging pawns. Those are very, very tricky to maneuver because they can be attacked either via b5, either via e5, and forced into a very awkward position. You have to be very careful. Nevertheless, those are two pawns on the fourth line, occupying a lot of space, giving you a lot of space behind them to maneuver and potentially getting a rook on the third rank, swinging towards the king on g3 or h3. There's a lot of possibilities, but they could also become a liability.
I was always partial to the hanging pawns. I like to play with the hanging pawns when I had lots of pieces on the board, 3 minor pieces or more, obviously. When I was down to a single minor piece, no, I didn't like the hanging pawns, and especially in major piece endings, I didn't like the hanging pawns. In this position, however, I do like them. The bishop on b2, I like the prospects of this bishop very much. You mentioned that black has a number of ways of attacking the hanging pawns, trying to provoke them forward and giving up good squares. In this particular case, the bishop on b2 is lurking in ambush. d4, d5, bishop takes f6 is on white's agenda. So yeah, I could imagine from the current game position, and I believe we're at knight c6.
He actually took on c5.
Took
so he
on
did
c5 after knight c6.
c6, yeah.
Yeah, he took on c5 and came a pawn sacrifice. Black did not want to see this structure. I remember in the 1984 World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov, the first match that was aborted, exactly in this structure, Garry Kasparov received a marvelous lesson by then world champion Anatoly Karpov. And he didn't like it either. So after takes on c5, in a style very reminiscent of Grunfeld players, knight to c5, a pawn sacrifice was essayed by Nepo. C takes b6, queen takes b6. Okay, I'm seeing the dynamic play, I mean, because the desirable rook b1 could be met by bishop e4, and there's an issue there. It's not so easy to defend this bishop. Again, queen c2, bishop e4, queen d2, knight has knight to b3.
And what I want to point out,
yes,
Yasser,
please,
maybe on your board right now, instead, you kind of stopped when you saw queen takes b6. In general, we actually see a takes b6
exactly
to open up the a file and potentially give a job to that rook on a8. The problem in this particular instance is that white has that extra tempo to open up his bishop with c4, as you are pointing on your board. And knight takes c4, unfortunately, after bishop takes f6, g takes f6, I think queen d4 comes on the board, activating the queen, attacking the bishop, the knight on c4, the pawn on f6 as well, getting ready to swing that queen and attack the black king. I think this is just problematic for black, and this is
I think it's over. I would just say that I toss in rook c1 first. I like to see a move like b5, and then your move queen d4. No knight e5 possibilities, and I'm with you 100% on this. I think
not looking good.
This is not what Nepo wanted. And therefore, you're right, a takes b6 is kind of an automatic move. Queen takes b6, you know, as you say, kind of forced me to stop and think, and I'm going, really? Queen takes b6?
Well, you were mentioning the Grunfeld.
Yes.
Generally, we get this type of structures, but with the pawn on g6 and the bishop on g7.
Yes.
And then almost always you do take with the a pawn, because there's nothing happening, no attacks are going on the king side.
Agreed.
But this is a completely different situation. Nevertheless, Nepo seems to be very familiar with this. He's playing very quickly.
Yeah, and you know, his style of play, his speed, I want to say, can really be off-putting because at times you're not 100% sure if it's bluff or brilliance. I mean, sometimes it's just bluff, and you know, he sacrifices a pawn with elan, like, yes, I've got it all worked out, when after the game he says, yeah, I had a finger failure. It's like, what? In this particular position, though, there is this moment, like Duda, and they're saying, okay, how do I deal with this obvious attack against my bishop? Yes, it's true, I could play bishop c1, but that's not nice. That's not the way grandmasters want to play chess.
You would love to play a rook to b1, but there is a big drawback to that move, and that is that the bishop on b7 is going to be able to attack on that central square via that central square on e4, the rook on b1, and after bishop d3, which seems to be the only move, I think after rook to d8, pinning that bishop, you're going to be in trouble. Knight d4 is an option, but you take and e5 as you are pointing on the chessboard right now. It doesn't look good. So rook to b1 is out the window in my opinion.
An alternative like rook a2, by the way, is a kind of a nice, funny one, because if you do see the move bishop d5, well, c4 gets me that half ply, half tempo. I need to be able to now threaten to play bishop takes f6. So rook a2 may be an ungainly move, an awkward looking move is to be played. In this case, if you do try to toss in a move like rook d8, I'm dreaming to play the move queen b4. Nice dream. How do I get there? Well, I could go queen a4 and trying to play queen b4. Does rook a2 have a refutation, Christian?
Well, I haven't looked at the engine, I have to admit, and I am looking at the position. Bishop to d5 seemed to be like the most typical response, but c4, and we get into these complications after knight takes e4, bishop takes f6. The question is whether you have ideas such as knight takes e3 and all sorts of tactical situations. It doesn't seem like they work for black. So I do think that rook a2 is definitely one of the main candidates in the position.
Yeah, rook a2, again, one of those, you know, awkward looking moves, but it does solve the problem of how are we going to
played it. He played it.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's very awkward to see a bishop on b2 that can't simply be defended. By the way, how is my guy doing? I wanted to ask.
And who is your guy, Yasser? Remind me again.
Shaq. The guy who won Bucharest in such style that I just couldn't help but say, hey, look, this guy.
That one is going to be a draw in the next 2 minutes. Maximum.
Really?
Maximum.
Oh, man. I haven't even been paying attention. What happened in this game? Oh, this was one of those, do they call it the King's Indian or the Grunfeld?
I call it the Grunfeld. Well, it's kind of a symbiosis between the Slav and the Grunfeld. Maybe King's Indian players will say it's a King's Indian. I say it's a Grunfeld / Slav.
Okay.
But this, I've analyzed this position many years ago. Nothing has changed in the position. We're going to see a queen trade via queen to a6. This is going to be a draw in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
These two great gladiators, let's just take a look at their lifetime scores with one another. I mean, whoa! I bet you could write a trilogy on these games. 17 wins for Grisha, 11 losses, but 21 draws. Well, you have to just give Sasha the clear edge here. Sasha, in these head-to-head matches, whether it be versus Nepo, whether it be against Shaq, he's coming out ahead. How is it that he's just drawing all of his games and he can't score a victory? What's going on with him, Christian?
Well, he seems to be in a very peaceful mood. In this tournament particularly, he's not taking any unnecessary risks, and that is what happens when that is what you're doing, and those are the decisions that you're making, especially when you're playing with the white pieces. He did have a very interesting clash earlier in the tournament against Jordan Van Forest, which ended in a repetition. Nevertheless, that was a very intriguing game to follow. He's always a fun guy to watch,
No
nevertheless.
question about it. And look at that universal rating of 2782. 5 Grand Chess Tour appearances, but let's switch over to Zagreb and Maurice. What do you have for us, Maurice?
Well, MVL, again, in the hunt, trying to win this event. He's in clear second right now. And he played a move that just, you look at it, you're just baffled. You scratch your head and say, that looks like maybe the worst move you could play in the position. Okay, that's a bit overstating it. But Black has what looks like a solid position. This is the game against Ivan Šarić of Croatia. Black has a solid-looking structure. White has just made this h4 and king g2 semi-demonstration. Maybe one day I'll attack you on the king side, but at the moment, it doesn't look like Black's in too much danger over there. You would think Black would try to play on the c line, move his queen away, double rooks possibly, just play with some force on the queen side. Instead, the extremely dramatic and disruptive f6, I'll also add compromising move. The rook is sitting on the e1 square, that is White's rook, and after knight takes on f6, knight to e5, if you saw this being played by some amateurs, you'd say, why did you open up the e-file for the rook and allow White to post a knight on a gorgeous square? Oh, and by the way, your e6 pawn is weak forever. How confusing, befuddling in my eyes that Black could play like this. Modern chess is extremely confusing, but at the same time, there's certain tried and true principles you got to say, I don't know. I can't say I like this idea for Black at all. Guys, what about you?
I hear you loud and clear, Maurice. To my eyes, that move f7, f6 is just simply, well, confounding, and you just scratch your head and you ask yourself those salient questions. Do I know anything about chess whatsoever? Why did you do that? I remember a game that Boris Golko was playing, and as Black, he had fianchetto both bishops, and he played the move d5, did Boris, and his opponent played e5 and killed 2 bishops with 1 move. And I just said to myself, how can you play a move like d5? And Boris Golko, one of the best players in the world, a Soviet champion, confounding. What say you?
Speaking of confounding moves, well, in this game, the one that you were very interested in, the one between the French defense between Viswanathan Anand and Anton Korobov, we have this position, and we've seen this one. Let me just yes, this position, we've seen it in this tournament, actually. This was the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anton Korobov. And at this point, instead of d takes c5, Jan played this move bishop to d3, a very interesting move, preparing this sacrifice on h7 potentially, and forcing Black to commit on the queen side with the move c4. We saw in that game bishop to f1, and we had quite an interesting clash. White was attacking on the king side, Black was attacking on the queen side. Instead of that, Vichy went back home, he studied that game, he assumed that Anton will be studying that game as well and come with improvements, so he decided to go queen to d2 first without bishop to d3 and castle, take on c5 and then castle, and we have a completely different approach. Now Black doesn't have this move c4, the light square bishop is ready to jump potentially to b5, to be sacrificed, to be exchanged for the bishop, for the knight on c6, and open up this big square on d4 for White's knight on f3. But let's see what happens. Queen to e1, queen to e8. I'm going to show it to you again. Queen to e1, and then queen to e8. What is this queen to e1, queen to e8 maneuver want? Well, for White is a bit more easy to understand, and that is to potentially go h5 and get the queen on the king side, either via g3 or h4. For Black, to be honest, I'm confused. What is that queen on e8 doing? Are you preparing to take on c6 with the queen after bishop to b5? Maybe that is, but I'm not forced to go bishop to b5. So I'm trying to understand, wrap my head around this move, queen to e8. Are you trying to bring the queen on the king on the queen side? And okay, I think I understand, guys. So it is to support this move, knight from c5 to a4 in the future. So for example, if you see something along the lines of take, 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 Knight a4, unfortunately, I don't think it works right now because of bishop b5. Maybe it works. Bishop b5, bishop to c6, and we get this type of position. This could be an idea. Another idea could be to meet the action of the queen on the king side via this move f5. And we've seen this move f6 or f5 in the game that you were mentioning, Maurice, between Ivan Saric and MVL. And now if you take on f6, I'm going to take on f6. And now we see why the queen on e8 stands quite nicely, because without the queen on e8, you would be able to just simply take on c5 and then the pawn on e6 would fall. With a queen e8, that doesn't work. So this is a very deep move that Anton Korobov is essaying in this game. Quite an interesting move. It's going to be intriguing to watch this game.
Yeah, I didn't see the depth that you were showing. I foresaw that the knight on c5 wanted to jump to the e4 square. The problem is when white has retreated his queen to e1, there was a pin along the d file so that knight e4 could be met by knight takes e4 and you couldn't recapture. So I just thought, oh, you want to get the queen out of the way so you could play knight to e4. By the way, the move queen e8 was met by, pardon me, h5, knight e4, h6, alpha 0, g6, bishop b5, rook c8, knight takes e4, d takes e4. This is what I was talking about, getting knight to e4 in. And Vichy played the confounding move, bishop takes c6, and we are up to date with the player. So giving up the two bishops, and Vichy is anticipating that his knight is going to have this gorgeous square
maybe now
d4.
Queen takes c6. Maybe now we're going to see that queen takes c6.
The depth of queen
the
e8.
Depth of 7 moves ago.
Yeah, so that we could go something like queen a4. For me, I was thinking I would love to post the bishop on the d5 square. So I was thinking something of this nature. Let's say something like this, and normally we see black trying to play b5 and b4 as quickly as possible, a la the Sicilians. You know, you want, when white has a majority on the queen side, to put that pawn on b4 in a Sicilian. Great games going on here. What other games got our attention? You were mentioning that Shaq and Grishuk was going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Remember, there are no draw offers in the Grand Chess Tour tournaments.
There you have it. There's a
but
repetition.
you do have repetitions. Arbiter, Mr. Arbiter, and Sasha continues his
I think it
drawing
lasted
streak.
more than the 3 minutes I predicted, but
Yes,
close enough.
You were wrong.
Close enough.
You were stone cold wrong. But no, you're right. It just felt that Sasha never got anything out of the opening. And
no, this is a force
they've
line.
been
You
playing,
just take on e2, take on e7, exchange everything, and just make a draw.
Yeah, they've been playing this draw for a few decades. What we would call a grandmaster draw. This was the game of MVL where white's rook on e1, knight on e5 were all working. The knight did go to e5, posted up with a tempo. And just to catch up with the players, the last move was bishop f4. It does feel like white's in control.
And that is the game between Ivan Saric and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave that Maurice was mentioning.
Yeah, this just feels white's pieces just have more scope, and the knight on e5, pawn on e6, very, very vulnerable. Pawn on b7 vulnerable. As white, it's easy to foresee. You want to play the moves rook e2, rook e1, and that pawn on e6 is going to get a lot of TLC, tender loving care, as white says, give me the pawn. But
And
you
I
have a
do
different
want,
position
Well,
on
I
that.
do want to point, maybe we can stick with
Sure.
your analysis board for just a second, because I do want to point an idea in this position, and that is if you try to defend, let's say, the pawn on b7 with the move queen to b6, I can immediately create a double attack with the move knight to d3. that attacks the bishop on d6, despite the fact that the bishop is protected, and the pawn on e6 at the same time. The idea being that if you take on f4, I'm going to be able to exchange the queens and then take with the knight on f4. And that's going to bring a double attack on the pawn on e6, which you're not going to be able to defend against. Of course, black still has some ideas with knight e4, but just this idea of potentially bringing out of nowhere a double attack, this is what offers white the initiative and the advantage in this position.
Absolutely, very important point. I always think of tactics as the watchdogs of strategy. Your strategy is to attack the pawn on e6 and keep your eyes on the tactics, and that's a good one, that double attack. I thought you were going to point it out in a different way, though. Same idea, again, the strategy and double attack. In this case, there was a double attack against the rook as well as the bishop after knight d7, knight d7, bishop takes. That does come with a tempo, and it just feels like white with the better structure, arguably the better minor piece, is for choice.
And I think just to go around the horn and finish all the games, let's have a look at the game between Anish and Jordan van Forest as well. We haven't seen that one. The two Dutchmen are definitely enjoying some rivalry, newly found rivalry, I would say, because Jordan beat Anish Giri in the Tata Steel tiebreaks to win the title.
Yes,
one of the most
did.
coveted titles in world chess.
Jordan van Forest stunned the chess world at a Dutch championship. One of the favorites of the Dutch championship had dropped out of the tournament, and at the last minute was replaced by Jordan, a very youthful Jordan van Forest. I think Jordan was 16 or 17, Jordan was. And he won the Dutch championship in an event that really caught the attention of everybody. Still young at 22, he comes into this event sporting a universal rating of 2651. His first Grand Chess Tour appearance, and very appreciative for the opportunity. Doesn't he attend school in the St. Louis area?
He does not. No,
he
no.
Does not.
I
saw him.
I did try to take him to Missouri, to the University of Missouri, where I coach the chess program there.
Right.
But he is just a true chess professional at this point. He's going to try to reach the peak. He doesn't really have a lot of time to combine both academics, elite level academics, with elite level chess. It's just the way things go at some point. Right now he's a 2700 rated player. He just has all this momentum behind him, and yeah, I wish him all the best. He's a very exciting player to watch, but he's not in St. Louis.
I see. Remember Grandmaster Wesley So going to Webster, and just midway through his academic year, he said, look, I just won the Millionaire Open. I won $100,000 first place. I want to turn and become a chess professional. And that was all she wrote. Wesley So going on to have a fabulous chess career this far, and it is just getting better and better for him. Let's hope that Jordan also is justified in that decision. Bishop b4, bishop d2 on the board, and you were mentioning again these two Dutch rivals had played, shared first place in the Tata Steel Masters and played a playoff where, again, the higher rated Anish Giri was the favorite in the playoffs, but it was Jordan who played just a marvelous playoff and won the title of Tata Steel. That is a very prestigious tournament, and so again, our congratulations to him as he makes an appearance here as a wild card. What's the current position like, Christian?
I like White's situation right now, because you have the better structure. I do like that the tender pawn on a6, and potentially if my rook invades via a6 also, all those pawns are going to become quite tender. So I do like that. Now the question is, which weakness is more easily exploitable? Is it the pawn on a6 or is the pawn on d3, which is white's weakness in this position? And we see ideas, backwards pawn, we see ideas of e4 and potentially taking advantage of some sort of a pin on the d file if that rook comes on a d6. But it's all going to go down to whether black can take advantage of that pawn on d3 first, or white will be able to transition this position into an endgame, solidify the defense on the pawn on d3, and then start taking advantage of that big weakness on a6. We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I remember when I was training with Viktor Korchnoi, he really opened my eyes in a particular moment. I said, yeah, but the pawn on a6 is weak. And he said, well, no, it isn't. And I said, yeah, it's weak. He says, a weakness is only a weakness if you can attack it. And that really stuck with me deeply. A weakness is only a weakness if you can attack it. Maybe these pawns are on d3 and a6 are weak, but how are you going to attack them? Queen d6 was Jordan's move. Guess what? Defending the pawn on a6. But let's jump to Zagreb and Maurice. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, a big development in the game between MVL and Ivan Šarić. And we saw this move by MVL, this f6 move that he tried to play and say, well, I can do this. And we said, well, we don't like it at all. Well, after bishop f4, about 5 minutes of thought for that move, MVL spent 8 minutes almost to play knight to e4, which looks like a howler, allowing rook takes on e4, d-e4, and queen takes on e4 with check. Queen takes on e6, excuse me, king to h8, and I believe the game has proceeded with knight to f7 check. It turns out that bishop g5 was actually a stronger move, as the move knight f6 is going to, knight f7 is going to come with more power. Queen c7 allows rook to c1, and you can't hold the f7 square. Seems as though knight f7 check did happen, and this liquidation allowing this trade of bishops, and now queen takes on d4. MVL has received this pawn back. His king is a little bit exposed right now, but at least it's equal material. So crazy changes in the position from what we saw, the weak pawn on e6, maybe not so weak pawn on e4, a wild position. Will MVL be able to hold this one? He needs to hold it, because if he loses, Nepo will take an even bigger lead if he draws or wins, and it's going to be hard to catch that Russian superstar as he looks like he's trying to run away with this tournament. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Boy, that looks like a real missed opportunity, that bishop g5. Thank you, Maurice. I hate to see that, because that was begging to be played. Christian, you have another position that you'd like to share with us.
Yes, and also about that bishop to g5. The problem with bishop g5 is that you need to stop and think. Knight f7 comes very naturally. Also, you have very limited time. So you have to make those type of decisions. What do you prioritize? Do you prioritize trying to understand deeply the position and make the perfect decision in position? That could cost you 5 minutes. That's 30% of your time. Are you going to do that, or are you just simply going to go for this better position, because it is better for white?
It is better for white.
You have this rook c1, forcing the rook off the c file. That's going to open up potential intrusions on the 7th rank by my rook. Black also has a weakness on e4. So you know that you're better in this position, and there's absolutely no risk. If you play the move bishop g5, you spend 5 minutes and you miss something, then you're risking a lot. So I think from a practical perspective, despite the fact that bishop g5 is such a good move, practically knight f7 makes a lot of sense as well. But another game that Maurice was mentioning, the one between Duda and Nepomniachtchi, this one is not going anywhere. This one is just going to be a draw. And let's see how we got to that point. Actually, Yasser, they were following your idea with this queen to a4, queen to b4, forcing this queen trade, or at least proposing the queen trade, and that's exactly what he did. Bishop to d5, taking advantage of this misplaced rook on a2 to gain some tempi. Rook to b1, c4, and at this point, white was like, okay, you know what, I'm a pawn up, I just want to open my bishop, I want to exchange the queens and make a draw. I'm out of here.
Right.
C4, bishop takes c4, bishop takes f6, let's exchange everything, and that is exactly what we're doing right now. This is not going to go anywhere. At some point, you're going to attack my pawn on b4 with the move rook to b7. I'm going to double attack your pawn on a7. We're going to exchange that, and that's all she wrote. There's absolutely no history to this game. We're going to see a draw in the next 5 minutes. That's my prediction, at least. So Nepo is most likely going to make a draw. Let's see what happened in this one, the big clash between Viswanathan Anand. This is reminiscent of the first game of the tournament that we looked at, the one between Viswanathan Anand and Jordan. We got the same typical expansions, black on the queen side, white on the king side. If this pawn wouldn't be on d4, if the pawn would be on d5, we would basically have the same structure that we had in that one. That came from a Sicilian. Right. This one came from a French. But this one is also a little bit different because black managed to invade with a queen on c3, and that almost surely is going to force the queen trade. You're not going to be able to leave this queen on c3 because, for example, if you, let's say, after queen to c3, you try to play something like queen f2, well, wake up, smell the garden, because this one is over. Right. You can defend with bishop to c1, but this is just going to be over because that knight on d4 is hanging. You cannot take with the queen because of queen to a1. So you cannot leave that queen alone on c3. You're going to exchange that. We're going to see a very interesting endgame. Black is going to sport the bishop pair and this pawn on e4. Will the pawn on e4 become a liability? Will white be able to contain it and encircle it, corral it around it, and then capture it at the right moment? Only time will tell. Let's see what happens in this one.
Yeah, I've seen so many games of Viswanathan Anand Vishy where he really likes this knight on d4. Unlike most of his colleagues, all chess players love the knights. They really, really do. But when push comes to shove, they also like the two bishops. Vishy is one of those very rare birds at the very highest levels who is more than willing to part with the two bishops for a bishop and knight combination if his knight has a really good square. In this particular position, he's just played the move g2, g4. I was expecting a queen trade, queen takes, rook takes. I don't like that queen sitting on my doorstep, and this bishop coming back to c1 and maybe bishop b2. Vishy said, no, you know what? I like this move g4. Why? Because at the moment, if you try to play bishop a3, I'll trade queens, and then I'll even have the move a knight b5 attacking the rook and the back rank mate. With a mate against the king, again, thanks to this pawn on h6. The move g4 basically says to black, you have your move. It's your turn. I think the pawn on g4 is going to be useful. One day I may end up playing f4, f5, and while I don't have a checkmating attack, I will be making progress on the king side. How are you going to be making progress on the queen side? And it's an interesting challenge that Vishy has laid down
for
with
both
the move
sides.
g4. Yeah.
For both sides, and also another point behind this move g4, as you were mentioning, Yasser, f5 is definitely an option in the future, but also g5 to close the position on that side and in fact lock that king on g8. The king can become a weakness in an endgame where it's stuck on g8. If you don't manage to get it out via f8, e7, right now that bishop on e7 is going to stop you from doing that. It's going to be difficult to do anything active as black. So I do prefer white's position from a practical perspective. Nevertheless, black has its trumps in the position as well.
And by the way, the move g4 said to black, okay, come up with an idea. And the move a7, a5, I mean, it's a move. I'm not going to be critical of the move. But when you play a move like a5, it comes with a great deal of responsibility. Why? Well, very, very obviously, it does give up the b5 square. we're going to have a queen trade and maybe something like a bishop c1. The knight on b5 cannot be stopped. Also, the pawn on b6, although it's not attacked, there is an X-ray attack brewing against the pawn on b6, thanks to the fact the bishop on e3 is there. So the move a7, a5 is a big key move. Let's just go around the bend and see what other games we have going on. This is the game of Nepos.
Well, I think we should definitely take a look at the game between Anish and Jordan, because a lot of things have changed in the position.
All right, this was the MVL game, and here we're catching up. We left it at the position after the move queen d6. We saw b4 and e5, a move we had mentioned. Okay, after e4, there was a take. D takes e4.
Queen takes d2.
Queen
Knight
takes
takes
d2.
d2.
Knight takes d2. Knight takes e4. If we trade on e4, then the c4 pawn will be too weak. So Anish said, not interested in trading knights. I want to play knight to b3 and rook to b8, knight. And I think we've just caught up with the players.
We did.
After the move knight d6.
It looks like white has built up quite a nice advantage, because after rook takes e8, you're going to be facing a
I'm
very
going to have to
difficult
take
dilemma.
with the knight.
Correct.
Because if I take with a rook, then we're going to see that whole business with the a6 pawn being victimized.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now the question is, after knight to c6, are you going to be in time to defend all your pieces? Knight to c6, rook to b6. Now I have the option of giving a check and then rerouting my knight to d5, from which I will defend that important weakness on b4.
Yeah.
And I will have a beautiful knight on d5.
You do.
So now the onus is going to be on you to prove that you have a way to untangle in this position.
I don't think I have a way to untangle. I think essentially I'm just nursing a lot of pawn weaknesses in the position, and I'm thinking just because there's so many reduced material, I have drawing chances. But
he did not play that.
Definitely that position is in white's favor. He didn't play rook trades, but c5 at once.
Rook takes e1, rook takes e1 is on the board.
Rook takes e1, rook takes e1. And I tell you, I like pulling that rook away from, eyeballing the pawn on a6. Now I don't have to play passively with the knight. Can't I play more, well, aggressively? Knight c4, idea rook takes b4, and away we go.
He put the knight on b5 now. After knight to c6, how are you going to get your pieces on any active square? I'm going to get the rook on the 7th rank. You're going to have to put the rook on a8. There's no other square for your rook. You cannot go to e8. You cannot go to c8.
Right.
You have to go all the way to a8.
And that was, pardon me, that was why he played knight to b5.
And I think he played it. I think he played knight to c6. It's on the board.
Knight to b5, knight to c6, as you were mentioning.
Rook to a8 is on the board as well.
Okay, then I take it all back. This looks great.
This looks great
for white. I mean, end of story. This knight on b5, it's okay, but for example, after rook e3, you've got to ask yourself the question, how do you like your knight on b5? And I think white's king is going to make a beeline towards the c4 square. In the meanwhile, the rook on a8 is terrible.
Absolutely. So we got another couple of moves. After king to f2, he played king to f2 instead of rook to e3. King to f8, an expansion immediately on the king side with g4 taking more space. I like this approach. And then Jordan played this move knight to a7. So this is his plan.
He has to deal with the fact that this knight is simply too dominant.
Yeah.
So I like this move knight a7. I don't like the position of black, but I mean, I feel like it's hanging by a thread.
It is.
Let's put it that way. And I definitely like Anish's position after knight e5. Let's see.
You do not want to exchange the knights. That is for sure. If you exchange the knights, then rook takes a7. I'm going to attack that pawn on b4, and we're going to make a draw.
Yeah,
he did go knight e5, I think.
And I always remember.
Wow.
Wow. See, the commentator's curse.
This is the commentator's curse, yes, sir.
The moment you
What can I
say,
do?
you know, don't trade knights, guess what you're going to get? You're going to get a knight trade and rook a1. But I think he did it for a very specific reason.
Okay, rook to b7.
Rook to b7, rook takes, rook to a7. Your king's one tempo away from being able to defend the c7 pawn. You go c6, I go after it, you can't. Now, I don't say I win. I don't say that. I just say I win the pawn.
He went rook to a8.
He went rook to a8 after the knight trade.
That's interesting. Now I wonder, what if I just go king to e3 now? This is a very interesting, very intriguing game.
His point is that b5
Is
met
met with
a5.
a5.
Yeah. Now the question is, do you want to play b5 or not?
No, I do want to bring
You
the
just
king.
want to play king e3, but don't I have the tempo to bring my king to, I suppose I should do it in a more...
King to e7, king
yeah,
to d4?
more professional manner.
King to
let's say.
d4?
King to d4, king to d7?
King to c4?
Not king to d5, but king
Not
to c4.
yet, no, king to c4.
And have you analyzed this king and pawn endgame?
I did not, no. I'm not, no. I
Check,
did not
check.
want-
Oh, you have to play rook takes a6 if you want a king and pawn endgame.
I don't think I want that because after
I
you
don't
take...
think so either.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what was your intention here?
Maybe instead of king to c4, I would like to put the king to d5.
Yeah, exactly. I think that that's a very good idea. You want to cook c6, but we're going to jump to Maurice in Zagreb. Maurice, what do you have?
Well, maybe the richest game left of this round is the one between Anand and Korobov. And it looked as though Anand was in the driver's seat for some time. He had pushed his h-pawn down the board, but then that attack stalled, and Korobov was able to maintain the balance on the other side. But check out what's happened. After this play, g4, a5, bishop to c1, queen retreated to c5. This is a vintage Anand type move. He usually is the kind of guy who he'll put something forward in a position, then he'll bring it back. You say, wow, instead of thinking about how to be aggressive, he's able to retreat and re-energize the position. Well, this is the same thing that Korobov did with this move, queen c5, bishop to b2, and now the move a4. And unlike the h-pawn that's sitting on h6, black is capable of opening the wing file, that is the a file, and potentially getting some attack on that side of the board. Meantime, where's Anand's attack? It's not going anywhere anytime soon. He decided to play the move rook to h2 and be defensive on that side. But it looks like Korobov is starting to take over the game and the momentum. Anand in a little bit of trouble. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, that's a really sharp game. I really liked what Ivan Saric was doing in his game with MVL, but let's stay for a moment with the
big moment,
Anish, because we've seen b5. Christian,
we're having a big moment in that game. Anish is actually winning after the move b5, because after a5 you do have enough time. This was played, unfortunately for Anish, as we will see in just a second. He did not find the right move. The right move was to go king to e3. Get closer to these pawns as soon as possible. The thing is that I'm going to be able to get this king to c4 to defend the pawn on b5 just in time. You would love to play the move rook to b8 and exchange these two pawns if you can. The problem is that when I take this pawn on a5, this pawn on b5 is also protected at the same time. So you do not have time to do that the first move. You have to go a4 first so that my rook, whenever it captures, doesn't land on a defensive square. But now my king is safe. Now my king is close enough, and what I'm threatening is actually to invade via c6. I have two threats in the position. One of them to get closer to your pawn on this side. The other one is to get closer to this pawn on this side. So you do not have time to play moves such as a3, because after king to d5, king to c6 is going to come. I'm supporting my pawn with the king much more powerful than you supporting your pawn only with the rook. You cannot replace this rook from a1, and after king to c6, the position is just simply over. For example, a2, king to c6, you have to defend, and now I'm just going to push, and I'm going to be in the driver's seat in this position. And we see the difference in the quality of the kings, and this is so important in any endgames. Whoever has the more active kings, and that's why we say always bring the king towards the center when you enter the endgame. This should be your natural approach to every single endgame. Of course, you have to be a bit careful once you get a king towards the center. If there's too many pieces on the board, it could get attacked. That's not the case. We only have the rooks in this position. Bringing the king to the center would have been the decisive moment for Anish. He played the move a3, and I believe at this point Black has a way to equalize by bringing his king towards the center.
For me, by the way, if we stay on your board, the move that Anish played, rook a4, is much more natural, because if you go to that final position that you were just discussing, because the pawn is on a2, I understand what you mean, Christian, and the quality of the kings, comparing the White's king has a great quality over the black king. But after rook a7, b6 isn't the right move, because if you play b6, I'll trade.
That is correct.
And
yes.
then I'll go rook a3. The rook on a1 is trapped. You go b7, I got checks from behind. And I'll be able to trade off the a2 pawn for the b2 pawn. But king d7 would have been a really nice idea.
That's a very good point.
But let's jump to Zagreb and Maurice. Maurice, what do you have for us? Maurice is busily analyzing his position.
Well, we were talking about how good a position Korobov was starting to get. I was saying, we were talking about this great position that Korobov was developing, but it looks like Korobov has blundered in the position. We'll see whether or not Anand plays it, and he has. Take a look at this position. He played the move a3, and after bishop to a1, he played rook to d7, and when Anand played rook to d2, everything is under control here until he played the move rook c to d8, a really bad blunder, allowing Anand to drop knight to f5 on the position, discovering an attack on the rook on d7, and hitting the bishop on e7. This move is going to release all of White's pieces. You have no choice here. You basically have to take on d2, allowing knight takes, e7 check, queen takes, and now rook takes d2. What a change of affairs for White. Suddenly this pawn on a3 is a potential victim, as this bishop on a1 will leap into the game and go after it. Also, the pawn on h6 has higher value with the rooks off the board because Black's king is in a mating net, while the bishop on b7 doesn't really have much to do in this position. A big change for Anand in his fortunes, while Korobov, who was nursing such a nice advantage, has got to be shaking his head right now, as knight f5 has landed on the board and he still has not moved, no doubt, from shock. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Knight f5, a huge tactical opportunity, and Vichy spotted it to change that game all around. But Christian, in the game between Anish and Jordan, very instructive rook and pawn endgame going on. What do you have for us?
It was Yasser, and I did want to go back to the position that you were mentioning and show the king d7.
Right.
But a lot of things have happened since then. Actually, rook to a4. The only way in the position to equalize, well, to get close to equality at this point with the black pieces, is to use activation of your pieces with a move rook to d8. Give up the pawn. You're going to be a pawn down, but we know a lot of rook endgames with pawn down are equal, are draw. After rook takes a5, rook to d5, c6, and now my king gets in play. It's very important that I provoke this move c6 first, so that this king has a landing spot on d6, depending upon on c7, and this rook is going to be tied to the defense of the pawn on b5. Of course, you can go rook to a7, But this position, after rook takes c7, now my king is not cut on the 8th rank, and this is extremely important. I will be able to go king to e6, and this position is just a draw. I'm going to put the rook behind the pawn, and we're going to shake hands very soon. Of course, white still has some ways to try for an advantage, but technically this position is a draw. Instead of that, he decided to go for the passive approach, and we have this position. On the board right now, a lot of things have happened. It seems like Anish went king to d4 at one critical juncture instead of king to e4. But difficult endgame still.
Just at the moment that you were saying king to e6, you're saying the move king d4 was a step in the wrong direction for Anish, because that forced Jordan to find the defense where he activates his rook. Instead of going king to d4, king e4 would have left white with a very significant advantage. King d4 misstep by Anish, and how do you rate Jordan's chances of holding the game in this exact moment?
Well, I rate them quite high. Now, I would rate them even higher if it was a classical game with more time to think. With short time controls, this is not going to be an easy defense. Anish is definitely going to try for a victory. He has a lot of ideas, potentially bringing that rook on the 7th rank. At some point, we're probably going to see an exchange of the pawns on c7 with the pawn on b5. And it's going to come down to how much did they study this type of endgames at home, because having the right instincts in these positions could make a crucial difference.
Absolutely. Rook e1 check, keeping up the harassment of white's king. King just dropped back to d3. The normal routine in such positions is to keep checking that king until it's forced to go to as passive a square as possible before you start to play moves like rook e5. But I think rook d1 check is the move that plays itself, if I'm not mistaken.
Rook d1 is definitely an option. Rook to b1, I think, is also an option. Try to keep contact with that pawn on b5.
On the b5 pawn. Okay, as we keep an eye on that game, what other games? A handshake as Nepo, our tournament leader, makes a draw in his game.
That took longer than expected.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at the game of Ivan Saric, and some weird things are going on in this game. I just don't know what is happening between MVL and Saric. When we left, I'd seen this position, queen b7, queen f4, inviting, please take my pawn so that I can play the move queen f5 check and capture, well, checkmate the black king. After queen f4, e3 discover check, f3 blocking, e2, the runaway pawn, rook e4, and Ivan Saric is saying, you can't take this pawn. I still got that queen f5. And rook takes h5. Rook takes e2. Well, obviously, white's for choice. Is it serious, though?
Doesn't seem to be serious, for the simple fact that despite the fact that black's king is in danger at all times if a check comes from the b1 h7 diagonal.
Exactly.
Also, white's king is pretty unsafe, so it's going to be very difficult to push that b pawn. That's your extra pawn. That's the difference maker in the position. The problem is it's quite nicely blocked by this combination of the queen and the rook on the b file. And if you don't manage to exchange the queens, I think this is what white is definitely going to strive for. He will try to exchange the queens. If he manages to do that, the rook endgame is going to be extremely difficult, with the rook defending that b pawn from the side. If you manage to get the rook in behind the pawn, then that's even better. But with the rook from the side, that's still quite an advantage. We're going to wait and see whether white is going to be able to exchange the queens. If he doesn't manage to do that, then black is always going to have counter chances against white's exposed king on g2.
I always like those constructions, I'm sure you do too, where it's not the diamond pawn, but you have a pawn on f2, a pawn on f3, a pawn on g3, and a king on g2, which is as as safe as you possibly can get it. Here you were mentioning White's king a little bit vulnerable because this pawn, he doesn't have a third pawn on f2. So queen e6, and
we're going to get the draw.
A lot of moves have been played, and a draw has been agreed as Ivan Saric. He's doing quite
strong.
Quite well. The local Croatian hero. And again, Ivan is part of the team Kasparov, as he is holding the fort with the rapid chess. Gary Kasparov over the weekend is going to be playing blitz. Now, in the game, the all-Dutch matchup between Jordan and Anish, Jordan is defending brilliantly, by the way. He's now transposed the game into a 3 versus 2 rook and pawn endgame. This is as dead as they get, because suddenly after this great move, king e5, rook check, and this white king is going to be harassed. And with f7, f6, that's going to be an easy draw, which leaves us exactly where? What's happening in the game of Anton and, whoa, what do my eyes tell me? 3 connected pass pawns for white?
That's a lot of connected pass
That's a lot of
for white.
It sure is.
You do have a couple of dangerous pawns as well, the one on e4 and g3, but that bishop on e3 is just blocking all of them with authority.
Monster defender. Yes, it's true.
This is over.
You can go and collect this pawn on e5.
I don't think I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that makes any difference whatsoever. If you just take the pawn off the board on the e5 pawn, you just remove it, and you say, well, how are you ever going to utilize black's majority? You're going to have to play g2, king f5, g1, and sacrifice the g3 pawn for the g5 pawn. But by the time you've gone through all of that operation, white says, hey, look over here. Don't look too long, but these pawns are going to go b4, b5, a5, a6, and win the game.
This is over.
It looks completely gone.
3 pawns against the bishop is just too many.
That's exactly
one too many. With 2 pawns, you can probably defend with the bishop, but with 3 pawns, there's no way to stop them. It's going to go b5, a4, a5, and he's playing so fast. He knows it.
Yeah. King.
And I could see a hesitation there by
Vishy. Well, Vishy just wants to make sure that he's not missing some kind of really gross trick, king f3 or something, but no.
Not even that. I think Anton was ready to resign, and he did. And he did.
Yeah. Done deal as Vishy is queenside. That move, knight f5. I mean, it was a sparkling tactical opportunity. And I tell you, you just have to be tactically alert. And players like Vishy just have it in their, it's hardwired in their DNA to see those opportunities of knight f5. This is where Maurice said right here, this was this huge blunder. Rook, oops, excuse me, I beg your pardon. I clicked the wrong, gosh darn it.
Maybe we can go back to the last game before we get into the analysis of this one.
Of course. It was knight f5.
Knight f5, that's a big one. That's a big one.
And they're still playing.
They're still playing.
The 3 versus 2. I thought that they would have discovered some way of making a repetition.
I don't think Anish is ready to take that repetition yet. He's going to bring that king to g3, and then he's going to try to play h4 and get into a 2 versus 1. And try. There's not much try to have, but he's going to try. Also, what? Wait a minute.
Whoa.
No, rook g6 doesn't work, unfortunately, because of rook b3 check.
Rook b3 check, followed by king f4. And the rook on g6 is suddenly trapped.
That is a good way to force the draw by Jordan with f5. I like.
Was that the only? Well,
not the only way, of course not. No.
Because, yeah, okay. f6 I thought would be just equally as good, but f5, you threaten rook b3 check.
Again, with f6, I will get my king to g3, and I've seen that endgame lost by top grandmasters.
Wow.
that 2 versus 1, if I manage to exchange, if I manage to force you to take with a g5 pawn to h4, and then slowly push my pawns, I've seen that being lost a few times.
Let's just show the good folks at home what we're talking about. f6, I would have thought that this would be a very easy draw, and what Christian is arguing is this idea that when white gets to play h4 and provoke the move g takes h5, king takes, the 2 versus 1 is lost. But
no, it's not lost. No. It's complete draw.
Yeah, has been lost.
Has been lost
but,
plenty of times.
What we've been talking about is this idea that, for example, let's say we go here, we get a check in, and king, and let's say the rook comes to f5, and white somehow manages to play h4, and it's 2 versus 1. And Christian is saying, yeah, but I've seen that lost. And I'm sitting there going, wow, really? In any case, Jordan
we're seeing
said,
a lot of moves, and there's a draw.
I want to play f5. I don't even want to stand back and wait for you to create that opportunity. And that's exactly what he did. There was a repetition. By the way, great defense by Jordan in this game.
Amazing defense.
Yeah, I mean, he made it look easy, and that was not an easy game to hold. Knight a7. Remember that position after knight a7. Stunning decision to play knight takes a7 by Anish Giri.
I would have tried to understand whether I have better options at that point, whether I can maneuver my knight to a better position. Yes. So this was the critical moment. After g4, we've seen this nice expansion. You always want to take more space on the king side whenever you have time, and white has all the time in the world in this position. The knight, you cannot take it away from c6 unless you play this move knight to e7, but of course knight takes e7 wasn't the main move in the position, in my opinion, in my estimation. You can also just play a move such as knight to a5, potentially just keep the knight on the board, but even after knight takes e7 you still have the advantage, because once again we have much more active pieces as white. Black's rook on a7 has to stay to the defense of the pawn on a6 before the king can get into the game, and it doesn't happen that easily. After rook to a1, rook to a8, b5, a5, rook to a4, king to e7, king to e3, king to e6, king to d4. This was the moment that we were discussing, that potentially king to e4 would have been a better option, just not to allow black to swing his rook on the first rank and get the counter chances with tempo. Now, of course, if you go rook to d8, this is a completely different situation, because right now I do have an extra move and I can play the move rook to a7, and we're going to get this position. I'm not going to take on c7. This is going to be very close to a draw. Right. But I'm going to defend this pawn from b7 and then slowly push your rook away from this b file with king d3, king c2, attack it, potentially defend it with my king on c4. Also, what are you going to do? What are you going to play? How are you going to lose moves in this position as black? This is a very, very difficult position. Also, b6 with a rook on b1 is a big threat, and with the king on e6 you cannot exchange those pawns, because, for example, if you go something like this, I can maybe go b6, and if you take, I'm going to take with the rook. I'm going to force the exchange of the rooks, and that's going to be lost. He played the move king to d4, and after that Jordan defended majestically and got the draw. But Maurice in Zagreb has some interesting thoughts about this round. Maurice.
Indeed, Christian, the point you made is one of missed opportunities, and we've all gone through it in chess. Why didn't I play the right move right here? And we saw Anish miss his chance there to rise in the tournament standings, and this opportunity by the Croatian superstar Ivan Šarić is one he's going to kick himself about as well, playing a natural move that allowed MVL to show his incredible defensive skills. I'm going to go right to the position. It was here we saw this move f6 played by MVL. A weird move to play, fracturing your pawn structure, allowing this beautiful position to take place for white. White's position is gorgeous at the moment. He might have had a better move than queen b3, according to the engine, but let's go with what he did because he's got a nice game right here as well. Looks pretty as a picture. The move knight e4, though, was horrible, allowing rook takes on e4, a smashing sacrifice, queen e6 check, king to h8, and this was the critical moment. Ivan Saric has 15 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock in this position. He can see that he has an advantage. Clearly, white has knight f7 check. He couldn't resist playing that as his first move, however, but that's where his mistake was because bishop g5 was an all-star move, as we mentioned before on the show. This move would have kept the dynamics in the position. Knight f7 is coming anyway. There's nothing to do to stop that because queen c7 allows rook c1, and you can't guard everything in this position. Knight f7 is coming. Your rook on c8 actually just lost. So bishop g5 would have been the move to keep the energy going. We can analyze the line queen b6, as we did earlier, queen c8 check, important move. And now this move, queen c2, guarding the b pawn. What you had to realize was after queen takes d4, bishop to e3 is super strong. a7 pawn is hanging, e4 pawn is hanging, black's king is exposed, and the white rook is going to come to d1 with effect. This is just a great position for white. However, he saw something a lot more concrete and played the move knight to f7. And this looks good from afar. Like, this is just better for white. We can all agree that this position is great. Rook g8, b3, everything looks good. The problem is, as soon as queen b2 lands on the board and you go win a pawn, and this is exactly what happened. He took queen to c2, queen to e3. The a7 pawn gets to a5 and rook to a7. This pawn's going to die. The problem is these all-star defenders, super grandmasters, understand when you shift the energy to one side, it becomes easier to defend. And yes, you can have the A pawn. I'm going to give you that. But what about your B pawn? You can have my E pawn for the B pawn. It's going to be a 3 against 2 on the other side. A +1 is not going to be enough in this type of ending. He tried to milk it, had some chances still, but again, very difficult to convert this type of position. And again, a missed opportunity for Saric. He would have risen in the tournament ranking. Remember, he's at 50%, playing very well, by the way, at the moment in the tournament. But he could have gotten even better score. MVL would have tumbled, but he stays where he is now. Anand also rising. There's both still a stone's throw away from Nepo. But guess what? In the next round, actually, I thought it was a big matchup. Yes, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays against Anish Giri. That'll be a huge matchup. Anand playing against Grishchuk. They'll see whether or not they can chase down Nepo, who gets Saric right now, who might regret that missed opportunity. Now he's playing black against the tournament leader. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. As we go into tournament standings, and here's where we stand, Christian.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is still the leader after 5 rounds with 8 points. Hot on his heels, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 6 points, but Vishwanathan Anand is coming back.
Who chose Vichy?
Who chose Vichy?
Where's the love?
I don't know.
I mean, 5-time world champion, he still got the magic touch.
He definitely does. With 6 points, he's one player that took advantage of all the opportunities that he had in the previous round. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Anish Giri, who missed a golden opportunity against his compatriot Jordan Van Forest, Kasparov/Saric. He had a golden opportunity against MVL, did not take it, made a draw, but still sitting pretty at 5 points. Alexander Grishchuk, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Jordan Van Forest at 4 points, and Anton Korobov after a very good start yesterday with 50%. Unfortunately, today he lost both his matches. We have a lot of exciting matches for you guys coming in the final round of the day. Yasser, what are you expecting?
Absolutely. Well, I just wanted to draw our attention to this game of Vishwanathan Anand. People don't really appreciate what kind of great player this gentleman truly is. In this position after King C1, you know, we've been talking about these rook and pawn endings, and you've got to get these nuances. After the move H7, H5, how many of us would have just captured that pawn on H5 and given our opponent this passed H pawn and the possibility of some real counterplay? Vichy says no. if you take my pawn on g4 as happened in the game, I can easily contain the position. King d2, inviting h4 so that the king will get over to the king side in time. And after king d2, h takes g4, bishop c5, Vichy went on to win, recognizing that the pawn on g4 is not in any way dangerous to his position. So that was just a magical moment for me. It's just simple chess. King c1 to d2, I really admired Vichy's technique.
It's such an important move, but that just goes to show how these players can outfox their opponents, because at that point, even after a king to d2, the right move, h4, is still a draw. This is still a draw. Yes, because you do not have time to take this crucial pawn on a3. If you don't take that pawn, you're not going to be able to put your majority into motion on the queen side. So this move h4, getting the queen all the way to h3, and this forces you to go bishop to g1. If you go king to f2, well, after e3, then you might actually be in trouble. Of course, you're not going to take on e3 with the bishop, because that's just going to allow me to go h2 and promote because of the action of the bishop stopping the king to get to g2, but
king g3.
After e3 you can go king to g3, and I'm going to force this bishop here. Then I'm going to defend both pawns. I'm going to put that bishop on f1 and be able to bring the king just in time to stop your pawns. Very difficult calculation. Anton Karabov, let's see, how much time did he have after king to d2? 2 minutes at this point. And also Anand with 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So he built that time difference throughout the game, and at the crucial moment in the game, he took advantage of that with this brilliant move, king to d2, well, offering this Trojan horse. Take my g4 pawn. Please, take my pawn on g4.
Which he did, and it was very costly. As we go on break, I just want to leave you all, if you like, the pins that Christian and I have been sporting, these Grand Chess Tour pins, do go to Q Boutique and take a look at the many products, including this very handsome polo shirt that you're looking at, and you see the Grand Chess Tour pin on the collar there. So do shop at Q Boutique St. Louis for all your chess needs. As we go on a break, we'll see you on the other side for the third and final round 3 of day 2's action.
This is a subject of weak center. Traditionally, you get a lot of openings that are directed to fight against the center. For example, the Grunfeld, you allow white to get a center, and then you start attacking it. And this particular game I played was against an opponent that I had a very good score with, Alexander Morozevich. But this game didn't quite work out, as you will see. If we look closer to the position, white has 4 pawns for a bishop. And you would mistakenly think white should be at least okay. The reality is very sad, because with this weak pawn on e4, white will have to somehow push one of the pawns. And if you push the e pawn, black will get the control of the white squares anytime he plays bishop b4, and even if he exchanges, then the blockade will inevitably happen. If you push the d pawn, there is even more danger, because you may lose both of them. In the game, I was already in a time trouble, and I didn't put up quite a resistance, but this is a good example of having a weak center and not being able to solve the problems. I played h3, knight g8. This is a very good move.
So it highlights the problem of having the pawns that cannot really protect themselves. So, for example, if I play e5, then after bishop b4 or rook c8, how my opponent played, it's easy to see that black gets full control over the position. And d5 just fails to bishop c5 and knight f6. None of the pawns are movable, and rook e8, bishop b4 are in the air. So rook e8, and he can also attack the f4 pawn at any moment he desires with knight h5. But I think it would have been a better option not to play e5. Maybe to try even to play a3, b4, make the center even weaker, but at least protect against this bishop b4 idea. So in the game I went e5, rook c8, and yeah, at this moment I already didn't know what to do, because I somehow want to move this knight to stop bishop b4, but after rook d3 there is bishop a6, and after rook e1, knight e7 is extremely unpleasant, because once I remove the knight, the rook will enter. So I went, bishop is here, sorry. I went d5, bishop b4, and e6, rook d8, knight e4, rook d5. It might seem naively that white got some play, because the pawn is on e6, the knight is still on g8, but there is nothing, because the knight will just protect the bishop on d5, and the rook will enter on c2. And especially such position is horrendous, because the two bishops are becoming a force. And the problem with weak center is that the bishops from distance can really hit it, like in this game. So the rest of the moves are unnecessary, but this is what happened. I went bishop d4, rook c2, g4. If only I had one move and somehow played f5 to protect this little guy, but it's too late already. So he played bishop d2, rook f1, and bishop c1. The most precise rook g2 check is coming. So I resigned 2 moves later. So this is a good example of the quality of the center being far more important than the amount of pawns that you have. So had my pawn been on f3 from the start, it would have been a very solid center and a big advantage for white. But with this overextended center, you will slowly lose its shape, and you will lose one of the pawns, and then the next pawns will follow.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour from Zagreb, Croatia. We've just had 2 rounds of play in this, our second day of Rapids. Let's take a look at our standings. And Christian, we know who's on top.
Absolutely. We have the World Championship challenger on top in the standings. And then we have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave with 6 points. We have Viswanathan Anand with 6 points, who just won a brilliant endgame against Anton Korobov. We have Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, Anish Giri, Kasparov/Saric. Saric is playing the rapid portion. Kasparov is going to suit up in the blitz section on 5 points. Then we have Alexander Grishchuk, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Jordan Van Forest sharing 7th position with 4 points, and Anton Korobov in the 10th place with 3 points. Let's see what's coming up.
And our pairings for round 6. Let's set the table, Christian.
Let's see what we got. We have Anton Korobov versus Jordan Van Forest. We have MVL, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave versus Anish Giri. We have Nepomniachtchi versus Saric, Mamediyarov versus Duda, and Viswanathan Anand against Alexander Grishchuk. Anand is super hot today.
Absolutely, but I see 2 crucial pairings there. The MVL Anish Giri game as a very important one, as well as you just mentioned it, Vishy versus Grishchuk. Can Vishy keep his streak alive as after a great start by the 5-time world champion?
Also,
Christian.
a big one is the clash that Maurice was mentioning between the leader Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces, very crucial, against Ivan Saric. Nepo, will he uncork another English opening, try to confuse his opponent in these structural transitions that we've been discussing? Will he go for a more of a positional approach with D4, maybe a Catalan? Who knows? We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We just saw our birthday boy, the multicolored Leonard Otis, his hair as he celebrates his birthday. For those of you who have been enjoying the breaks with the chess lesson, I just want to remind everybody that the Kasparov.com website is offering a 30% membership discount during this Grand Chess Tour event. Be sure to use your discount promotion for the Croatia Grand Chess Tour. It says thousands of lessons and puzzles on the site. Well, Christian, we have our predictions, but beside our predictions, who is playing the best chess?
Well, I mean, Nepo is definitely playing the best chess. And even with the black pieces, he has absolutely no problems equalizing. He can play every single opening that his opponents have thrown at him. And he's showing extreme versatility in every single structure that they present him. And this is amazing to see leading up to that World Championship match. We've heard from the guy himself. This is preparation for him. And he's definitely showing us what he's capable of. Predictions, let's see, about this tournament, Yasser. Who did you predict to be
I predicted Shaq.
the winner?
I thought that Shaq, and maybe he's missed a half a point here or there. He's definitely still in the running, as is Anish Giri, your guy. But hey, you know, you got to tip. We got to tip our hat to our colleague Maurice. I mean, Nepo is certainly going strong, but I'm a little bit sad I didn't choose Vishy as well. I mean, I gotta defend our generation. I gotta represent these great players, and Vishy certainly is showing himself. Sasha less so. Sasha has this marvelous rapid chess score against some of the very, very best players in the world. And I suspect that these two have actually played each other 100 games. How many did they play? In rapid only, 15 wins for Vishy, 9 losses, 17 draws. And lots of these head-to-head matchups, we've seen Sasha actually having the better record. Vishy comes into this game with a very handsome record indeed. 15 wins, 9 losses. pretty good by Vichy.
That's a matchup we've seen for many, many years.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I've seen these two players go head-to-head so many times, not only in Rapid, but of course in Classical so many times. But Maurice, what is your feeling about the tournament so far from Zagreb?
My check, my check. Well, we see the round beginning there. I just want to quickly say, you look at how Vichy handles his business. He hasn't played chess in 16 months. He said, I haven't been at the board in so long. He comes into his first tournament, and where is he? Tied for second, ahead of all the young guns. He's the oldest player playing right now. We know Kasparov is coming in a couple of days, but he's the oldest player playing right now, and he's like, you know what? Been there, done that. It's like riding a bicycle. The geniuses like Anand don't forget how to still get it done. You've got to be impressed by how he's handling his business right now. If I hadn't picked Nepo from the objective standpoint, I'd certainly have Vichy as the fan favorite, the one you'd love to see somehow pull off an amazing upset and show all these youngins what legends do when pushed to the fire. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And in the game between Vichy and Grishuk, we do have a Berlin, but not the Berlin ending. It's the rook e1 variation, knight takes e5. Well, this has a very drawing, I want to say, reputation. I've seen so many players play into this exact position. Christian,
That's
again,
one
I'm
way.
seeing a lot of drawn, but I do see on rare occasions White getting an upper hand.
Absolutely, and especially in this line, it seems like the Berlin endgame has just been so analyzed that these players are slowly starting to shy away from that, either with the anti-Berlin, with putting that pawn on d3 and not allowing the knight to take on e4, or as we're seeing in this game, this idea of saving that bishop on b5, having a little bit of a space advantage in this position. Of course, black is going to try to redirect that knight from d6, probably via e8, allow that pawn to go to d5 and slowly regroup his pieces. But there's still some play in the position, and actually there were moments in the past years that White was starting to come up with ideas of how to complicate matters and how to put the onus on black to equalize the position. Right now, those ideas are usually refuted. We're going to have to wait and see whether Grishuk is aware of all the nuances present in the position.
From my perspective, it's all about this knight on d6. The knight on d6 really just needs to go away. Essentially, if the knight could go, for argument's sake, to f5 and get in the move d7, d5, and as you say, slowly neutralize White's slight lead in development, he will equalize the game. Anyway, we have seen so many games of this type where draws are the most commonplace. White, small edge. Let's go around the horn, take a look at some other games. We have a game of Shak versus, is it Duda? Is Shak playing Duda?
Yes, he is playing Duda.
Finally, we're seeing, well, a Carlsbad Queen's Gambit declined. How did he get it? Because the problem these days is if White plays the move knight f3, we've been seeing this Rogozin bishop b4 neutralizing White's advantage. So c takes d5. The drawback between this early c takes d5 is yes, with the Queen's Gambit declined, this bishop is going to come to f5 quickly, which is why you play queen c2, h6, bishop h4, bishop e7. I'm also familiar with lines where black also plays for g6 and bishop f5, but h6 was the choice, and now we actually do have a very conventional Queen's Gambit decline, something we're not used to seeing, and we get to talk about something rather different for a change. Yeah.
We don't see those type of situations very often anymore. Yes, or those minority attacks on the queen side.
Yeah, with ideas of bishop takes f6 and b4, those minority attacks. But in this particular moment, we do have this move knight g1 won to e2. Having waited for some time before deciding whether or not to play knight f3 and allowing the move knight e4, we do have this move knight e2, which tends to discourage knight e4. Why? Because after knight e4, we can take, you have to defend. And there are times when you're not completely happy that you've got your pawn on e4. The idea here is white often castles against f5, pardon me. White oftentimes castles, and in this position does follow up with this break f3. It's not so easy for black with these pieces still on the queen side. What, in your opinion, is black's best approach to the position after knight e2, Christian?
Well, one of the ways, actually, before black played the move h6, is to redirect that knight from b8 all the way to the other side of the board to g6, and then play the move h6 so that you target that bishop on g5. So let's say bishop to e7, e3, let's go knight to b7, bishop to d3. And now castle is not forced. You can start with the move a knight to f8. This is one of the ways to try to attack that bishop on g5 and force an exchange, force you to potentially take on f6.
I'm also
knight to e6.
Familiar with this type of play where you go knight to g7 and bishop to f5 in order to trade the bishop. So you reckon that maybe the move h7, h6 might be just
it's a different approach.
Ill-timed?
No, it's just a different approach. Now we will probably see an exchange of the knights. Usually,
hold on, I think I'm following
knight
our
e4 is
analysis.
not played. No, knight to e2 has been played. We don't have knight e4 on the board, so we're just one move away with the analysis.
Exactly.
Potentially, knight to h5 is sometimes an idea. Try to exchange the dark square bishops, and white's attack is going to come most likely via either the minority attack after a short castle, or there's another way of attacking via long castle. White is going to go long castle and going to try to create an expansion on the king side via most likely h3 and g4. So these are the
what
typical,
I'm used to.
Yeah, these are the typical plans that black has to fend off and be aware of. And Mamediyarov is known to like to long castle and just throw his pieces at his opponent and give a checkmate. So these are the type of situations that I'm predicting in this game.
Well, wonderful. That will certainly be a wonderful clash of styles. Well, the Sveshnikov, which was essayed by Magnus Carlsen in his 2018 World Chess Championship match against Fabiano, also is very popular amongst the most elite players, and we have that f7, f5 in the game of Nepo. After knight c3, bishop e7, the players are playing, boy, they're playing so quickly. They know all of their theory. Knight takes, queen takes. I'm expecting knight to b5. Nepo is actually thinking. I want to just say that theory, his expanding, opening theory, opening theory, Christian, is expanding at such a, I want to say, accelerating rate. It's very hard for the players just to get a game. It's like they're playing against the computer.
No, absolutely, and that is accelerated, as you were mentioning, by the engines, to be honest. In 2018, we got the first glimpse of AlphaZero and these neural networks that are just incredibly strong. AlphaZero was one of them. After that, Lila came about. Stockfish started emulating the type of analysis that these artificial intelligence engines were doing. Stockfish right now is up to number 14. A new number comes up with like hundreds of extra rating points every single couple of months, and that just opens the possibility for new analysis. Very often, I think it was Vishy Anand that stated when Lila came to be, he had to analyze his whole repertoire with the new engine. He had to look through lines that he hasn't looked in years, thinking that those were completed. The assessment was very clear. not so fast. After those engines came to be, he had to analyze pretty much his whole repertoire from start up. And one of the openings that just showcases how much chess has changed is the Gioco Piano, for example.
Yes.
The Gioco Piano, it was considered to be a very slow opening. Harmless opening. Generally, you were using that to peacefully make a draw. Right. Nowadays is as sharp as the Sicilian. And these are not even my words. These are Vishy Anand's words. Mm-hmm. So he's been analyzing that. A lot of players have been analyzing that. We're seeing Wesley So every single game coming with new ideas to put his pieces in the Gioco Piano. Are you going to put the pawn on a6? Are you going to put the pawn on a5? Are you going to drop the bishop to b6, to a7? There's so many ways you can play these positions nowadays. And of course, you were mentioning the emergence of the alpha 0 pawn, the H pawn. That's another huge contribution that these engines have given us. They're giving us a lot of content, a lot of positions to analyze, and that's a good thing. But of course, it's difficult to sidestep top level preparation because these players, they have full teams behind them. They have, to be honest, Nepo, I would expect him to have between 5 and, who knows, 10 trainers leading up to the World Championship match. It's very possible. You know, he has a lot of players that can help him, a lot of players that he grew up with in the Russian chess scene that could potentially help him. Mm-hmm. And we're going to have to wait and see how many he brings to the World Championship match. But you know, he has an army behind him ready to push theory into his brain.
I remember in 1981, the World Chess Championship match in Merano, Italy. I worked with Victor Korchnoi. We had a small team of Lev Gutman, Michael Steen, myself, Victor, of course. And Victor even invited Igor Ivanov to join us. So very, very small team of players. And I remember this coach bus coming to the Hotel Palace in Merano, and 32 Soviets got off the bus who were members of Anatoly Karpov's team. And it was just like a staggering number. It was like an army, and we were like, what? We were 4 people against this army of Soviets. Pretty impressive, to be sure. I'm looking at the game between Anton and Jordan, and well, it's kind of a very peculiar e4, e5 business, but this time it featured a queen exchange. Early fianchetto by white on the king side, bishop g2, c7, c6. I remember Duncan Suttles, my friend Duncan Suttles. He liked in such positions to play d3, d5, bishop d2. His idea was very simple. He wanted to avoid the trade of queens after takes, and at the same time, he was ready to play the move queen c1 and against d4 drop the knight back to d1. That was not Anton's approach at all. He played knight f3, d5, d3, and just went for this trade of queens where after a4, rook e8, h3, bishop f8. Very peculiar, vexing opening play. I don't like the knights on d2 or d1. I can easily imagine white saying, okay, I want to play knight c4 and knight e3. Yes, but what are you going to do about this pawn on e4 after the move knight c5, which was played? I don't feel like white has emerged from this opening with anything. Christian, back to that game with knight e2. How did black handle his problems?
That is the more exciting game of the round for sure, no doubt about that, because after knight to e2, he did play the move knight to h5 as we were predicted. The problem is, if you don't do this, my plan is very easy with white. I'm going to play h3, then g4, and then I'm going to play g5, and that's going to not only attack the hook on h6 but also the knight. So you have to do something about that. That's why this move knight to h5 usually comes in the position bishop takes e7, knight takes e7, h3, knight to f6, castle, a5, g4, b5, knight to g3. We're going to have the typical race to who's going to open up the position in front of their opponent's king first, and who's going to deliver the checkmate first. And this also comes down to who analyzed this position better. I have actually recently looked to this type of Carlsbad structure recently, and it was just, in most of the analysis that I've done, most of the variations that I've seen, it was a one move, one tempo type of situation.
Exactly.
I was giving the checkmate, but if I would have been late one move, I would have been checkmated myself, because black is going to slowly push, well, b4, then c5 immediately. Yeah. You have to get the king off the c file, because if you leave it on the same file as the queen, once the c file opens, you're going to be seeing all sorts of rook c8 ideas and pinning that queen. So you have to lose a tempi by doing that. You also have to fend off this idea of knight to b4, attacking both the bishop and the queen. So what is he going to do? Is he going to play queen to e2? This seems like the natural move. I'm a bit worried that he might have missed his timing with this move, knight to g3. Also, I was trying to see whether f3 was working instead of h3. The problem with f3 is that this pawn on e3 is still hanging. So it's not that easy. It looks very strange, this expansion on the queen side by black, leaving behind this c6 pawn, but in fact is very, very effective, because you're going to kick the knight away and immediately open up that c file with c5. That's the last step in your construction. This is going to be blow by blow. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on this one. After knight to a6, Mamediyarov still thinking, with 17 minutes on the clock against 21 minutes for Duda. But another one that I'm having my eyes on is, of course, this big matchup between our leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Ivan Saric, because I'm watching Nepo's time, 16 minutes, 25 minutes.
Wow.
That's as much time as he started with. What is that? Is that?
Yeah, that's his time that he started with. 25 minutes.
Wow.
It's so rare to see Nepo being caught.
He's beating Nepo at his own game.
And he's doing a great job, because it's not just time. I love black's position. And of course, bishops of opposite color are very, very drawn by their nature. But just compare the two bishops. Whose bishop do you like? The bishop on g2 or the bishop on f4? It seems very visible to me that black's bishop is the one that's more effective. And so it was very nice play by Ivan Saric, the Croatian, the local all-star, as he teams up with the legend Garry Kasparov. And I love what Maurice said, that he had breakfast with Saric in day one, and Ivan was saying, like, he's feeling this pressure from his teammate to perform well. And it's very nice as he takes over the rapid chess portion, and Garry comes in for the blitz. Blitz it starts this weekend, 18 rounds of blitz games, and Garry Kasparov will certainly
put on a
watching.
Yeah, for us.
We're expecting a great show from Garry. By the way, talking about blitz, I mean, two players who have been playing incredibly quickly, MVL and Anish Giri. And it seems to me like, once again, MVL is just misfiring. He overlooked a move. And the move he overlooked after was bishop f3, knight c3. Whoops, hitting the rook on b1. The rook hit the knight, but this knight is stepping back to the b5 square, which means no more weakness on b7 and a very big time weakness on d4. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. MVL sacrificed a pawn with d5 takes, c6, and suddenly MVL is trying to save the game.
They're playing so fast.
And they are playing so incredibly quickly.
I mean, we have to see this. I think they're just going straight into a draw.
Whoa, straight into a draw?
Yeah, absolutely.
What have I missed? He's just winning his pawn back?
And if I'm not mistaken, this is theory, by the way.
Theory?
Yes.
Holy smokes, as we were just talking about the impact that
this whole thing has been played, I think, this whole line has been played, if I'm not mistaken, in a game between Wang Hao and Fabiano Caruana, a very similar game. Also, MVL played this against Fabiano with the white pieces. So he knows what he's doing. I don't think he's going to try for much. Rook to e5, attacking that pawn, rook to b3. And
rook to e5,
we're just going to exchange everything.
a6 and rook to a5?
I guess he's rook to a5, yeah. Rook, you can go rook to b7, but I'm just going to exchange that.
Yes.
Rook takes b5, we're going to take.
And
they're going to shake hands
off
in 30 seconds. Let's look at this.
Wow, and just look at them go as they now look to create a repetition once again.
Just play
there
rook
are
a7.
there are no draw offers in the tournament and in the Grand Chess Tour, as the players will discover, and there you have it, a repetition. And the cleaning lady has come and made a draw. All right, Anton, not too much has happened in that game. That was the draw. I'm trying to find, yes, here it is. I've always loved these positions where you have kings on opposite flanks. I think it gives attacking players the opportunity that they need to develop their attacking awareness. You mentioned that with the move knight a6, this, I want to say, powerful idea of knight b4 to take away this bishop. This bishop is actually patrolling two very key diagonals. And in this position, Shaq said, look, my knight on g3 is no great shakes because the ideal square for my knight is actually the f5 square, and that f5 square is protected by your bishop on c8. So I'm going to invest the time to play bishop f5 so that I can win the f5 square. Provoke the move g6, did Shaq, loosening up the king side. Bishop takes c8, rook takes c8, a5, a4. You mentioned, Christian, that you've been doing some work with this Carlsbad attacking situations, and you say it often comes down to a single tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, actually, I think where the game is heading is no longer to an attacking sequence. I think we're going to go towards a more positional approach.
I would have to disagree with you strongly.
After this movie, yes. You just saw this movie.
I wanted to wait until Shaq played the move h4.
I was expecting a knight
f4, King a1, very nice defensive move. h4, very positional. You were about to say continue because you were making such a great.
I lost my thought. Back me up.
You're right. You're right. h4. So what is Shaq saying? Hey, it's all about the f5 square. I want to play h4, h5, even at the cost of a pawn, because if I can land the knight on f5, I've got control of the game. I could swing a rook over to the g file, maybe break up the party even further with a move like f2, f4. So h4 really shook things up.
It did. It did. Yeah. It shocked me completely because, again, I was
took you off your stride. Yes.
Knight e2, knight f4, get the knight on the other side.
Right.
You play c5. Maybe I'll play against your isolated queen pawn.
Right.
You know, this type of positional struggles.
Yes.
Instead of that, we're seeing a completely different approach. Take my pawn.
Yes, please.
Which he did.
And by the way, Shaq versus Vishy Anand, a game that was played earlier where Shaq sacrificed one pawn, then a second pawn, going after Vishy's king. Vishy defended doggedly and took the material. But let's jump to Zagreb with Maurice and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
We are with the French superstar Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after a solid day, I would say, +1. Maxime, you started this tournament off slowly, but you seem to have picked up since that first loss to Shakir.
Yeah, it's been going up and down. I've had a few blunders, so that's always annoying because it didn't happen to me until very recently, and now it seems that it cannot stop happening. But trying to solve that and to play, you know, a little bit more solid and to find my way. And yeah, today it's been working quite well.
Yeah, your win today, you played this queen f4 move and allowed rook f6. You must have wanted to smack yourself when that happened on the board.
No, I mean, this was voluntary.
Oh, it was voluntary to get to this endgame.
Yeah, I thought this endgame was close to winning, although, well, then later on it went on to being a drawn pawn endgame, but this I couldn't be sure about. But I thought it's not practical to keep queens on the board because he has lots of counterplay, and also there are many occasions where he will just exchange one pair of rooks, get one of my pawns on the queen side, and then it's a draw, despite what the computer will say. So I thought this was a more practical decision.
Interesting. It looked like a blunder, actually intentional.
I did blunder bishop takes f2 earlier on
in the game. I had to come back. Your situation in the Grand Chess Tour right now is not great. You played 2 tournaments already. You're at a total of 9 points. Are you thinking at all about Grand Chess Tour standings and the possibility of winning the whole tour?
Clearly not. I mean, not since my first tournament in Bucharest. I'm just hoping to play some good games, and yeah, I mean, my main focus is definitely the World Cup, but here I'm hoping to play well and to have good games. So far it's been up and down, but in terms of play there have been some encouraging signs, I would say.
You say you're looking to get form for the World Cup. Why is the World Cup so big other than just winning the thing?
Well, World Cup is big because I'm trying to qualify 2 candidates and, you know, avoid all the nightmares I've had in the past few years. So, you know, I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy, but I just want to get to the final and, you know, what I've very often been so close to achieving, but never quite managed.
You just finished the candidates. You look at how Nepo is playing this tournament. Are you impressed by how he's handling himself as a potential world champion?
Yeah, in general, I think he's improved a lot in the past few years, and this year, I mean, his hard work is definitely paying off, and he's showing himself as a real contender for the title.
All right, well, thanks for your thoughts, and get your rest. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, MVL. Thank you, Maurice. Turning our attention to the game of Vishy Anand. Vishy's just sacrificed his queen for rook and bishop against Alexander Grishuk. It looks like a great compensation. He gets a marvelous discover check with knight f6 takes d5 discover check, but is it advantage white or is it just even?
Maybe advantage black, Yasser.
Maybe advantage black. I mean, what's going on?
I'm not 100% sure. From a practical perspective, I would definitely choose black. I've been looking through some lines, and it seems like the blacking actually escapes. So you can go king to f8. Now, there's a big decision you have to make as white. Are you going to take another pawn but allow my king to escape? Or are you going to try to keep my king boxed in and maybe force equality like this with bishop d6 followed by knight to e8? And now I have options. I can go king to h6. I have to be very careful not to get checkmated.
Yes.
Something along the lines of rook e4, rook h4, and then knight bishop to e7 and get my king in trouble. But it's not the case because, of course, rook to e4 doesn't work. I have queen to b1, and I'm starting to give the check and pick up the rook on e4. So white has to go f4 already.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't there like rook f4, rook e6, and bishop f8? Check.
There is. There is.
But quickly to Maurice in Zagreb.
Maurice.
Yeah, we're with you, Maurice. Tell us.
Indeed, a huge development happening right now, a big development happening right now as Nepo is going down. He is going down in the game against Saric. Saric could actually end up tied for first after this round. The wild card from Croatia. Take a look at this position. You've been developing this opportunity as black, very solid. You talked about the bishop on f4, yeah, so you really like that. But this move, king to e2, allowing this explosive break with b4, takes on b4, and now trying to keep lines close as Nepo, but b3, shutting down the queen side, isolating the pawns from each other, White's pawns from each other, but even more serious is the sudden appearance of the black rooks along the fourth rank, and another rook is about to show up on c4, and all of White's position is just simply going to collapse as the rooks will either pick off the A pawn or end up on the d4 square and then d2 and then pick off the B pawn. This is all black right now. Black is dominating. White's pieces are stretched beyond compare. The rook is sitting on h7, a rook on a1, a bishop on e4. They're not connected, coordinated at all. It looks like Nepo will lose. This would be a shocking turn of events for the tournament as Ivan Saric with Team Kasparov is rising to the occasion. Again, Gary is sitting in the wings, and I think Saric would only be tied for second place, but nevertheless, he'd be in a great situation in the tournament.
Thank you, Marie. Sorry to interrupt you, but at A5, blunder alert by Nepo. Rook takes E4 is on tap. You can just take the bishop right now. If the king recaptures with king takes E4, there's a discover check, F7, F5 check to White's king, picking up the rook on A7. I'm sure that Nepo saw this. He's probably planning A6, but I don't believe that there's any way that
this might be okay, actually.
This might be okay. I can't. Oh my gosh!
I know.
Shocking,
It's shocking, but you have to get that rook off the e4 file. If you go rook to a7, and this is the key, I will take on e4, and after f5, I will exchange that, get my king back, and then when you take on h7, I will go a7.
Right.
And that's going to force you to give me back the exchange. Nepo is tricky, Yasser. Nepo is tricky, and I think he saw this rook takes e4.
Okay, so a6, there's got to be a way that I can deal with this. Just a second. Holy smokes.
How do you
don't
get back?
believe this for a moment. Okay, I can give back an exchange.
Okay.
Sorry. But if I give an exchange, how am I going to do it in the very best way? In other words, I could play a move like rook d4, let's say a7, rook a8. Excuse me, I was trying to make a queen there. And rook takes. I can win some pawns with a check. Gosh darn it, that's amazing. I thought it was just a flat-out blunder after a5, rook takes e4.
I have to say, I thought that too.
You did too.
I did think that rook takes e4 just finishes the game and we're going to see a resignation. But Nepo is so tricky, man. Nepo is so tricky.
Nice. A5. Huh. How come I can't construct I'm looking also, just to share with the audience, looking also at rook to c4 with the idea of rook a4, and again, trying to maybe in this case play for f7, f5.
I think that's definitely a very interesting idea. Let's look at that.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you start with a6,
For
now
example.
I can take, I think. Oh, maybe not, because you go a7, rook a4, and now a8.
Right, precisely the same. We pretty much achieved the same position as before.
So I have to go rook to a4, and now we're going to exchange that, and you're going to take on f7 first.
And I'm just in time. If a5 saves Nepo, it would be stunning. It really is. It's like I can't believe my eyes. My eyes are deceiving me here. There has to be a blow. But let's jump back to Maurice in Zagreb.
Well, we have a tremendous shot. Rook takes e4 is devastating. In fact, rook takes on e4, a6, rook d4, a7. You could just take this pawn and go for this endgame after e4 check, king g2, and rook to d2. How do you survive e3 and rook takes b2, rook takes f2? All of it is crushing, guys. This position is winning. If Šarić finds this, Black's position is overwhelming. White's rooks are nothing. They can't stop the train that's coming at the position in the shape of these two passed pawns that Black is coming with.
He's done it, Maurice, just as you've suggested. Rook takes e4, a6, and that move that appealed to me as well. Rook d4, a7, and I think I was trying rook c8. Somehow I felt that, well, I was happy to see the rook on a8, not on a7, but in any case, we get the position you mentioned, e4 check, king drops back to g2, and as you say, just go into this ending where this bishop is a monster. You go rook to d2, your king is beautiful, this bishop is beautiful, you've got ideas of e3. Oh, let me tip-tap the pawn on b2 as well, and this looks all white all day.
Absolutely.
We'll watch it develop live. I also see that you're looking at that Vichy game, Christian. But here we go. He has played e4. Now this is for me, the move rook c8 was, I want to say, a very natural move because again, if the rook's going to show up on my back rank, I want it on a8 and
you don't
not
want them
on
connected.
the 7. Yeah, something like that. But whether it's rook d2 now or rook d2 a move from now.
Now, one of the pluses of having them connected
rook a7
is that they cannot double on the b file to protect against the promotion of the b pawn, potential promotion, that easily. With a rook from a8, you could go rook to b8 and rook to b7.
Gotcha. Okay, so there is a benefit to taking the pawn on a7 immediately. And he's done exactly as Marisa suggested. Ivan Šarić.
He's going for it.
Kasparov. I mean, again, we mentioned it several times, but Wesley So is saying, go, go, go to all of those players who are wildcard players. Take as many Grand Chess Tour points as you possibly can from the tour players so that Wesley, with his first place position at the moment in the Grand Chess Tour, is thinking, I've got $100,000 in my pocket. Nice bonus. And we are just told, take a look at Anton's position. Anton Korobov. What is going on here is, did Jordan overlook something? We've got a4 knight, rook. There goes an e-pawn, there goes an a-pawn.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
What is happening here?
Everything went beautifully well
here?
for white. Just a second, hold on.
How did that happen?
Yeah, exactly. I'm confused myself. Knight takes e5.
One pawn,
a4,
2 pawns.
3 pawns more. What's better than 2 pawns? 1 pawn, but 2 pawns.
What if I just take on c6 right now?
Well, exactly.
Take on c6, b takes c6. I'm taking another pawn, then I will take on c5, and I will be what? 1, 2, 3 pawns up.
3 pawns up with 1 more on tap.
What is
e4 is still hanging. That is the point.
Let's go back a few moves because I'm trying to understand what happened here.
Exactly.
How did Jordan get into this complete mess of position?
Well, it seems like he was lured into believing that the d3 square offered him opportunity, and it was a false lead.
It was, indeed.
After rook d8, he's saying, yeah, go ahead, take my pawn, and I will happily capture this knight on d2. Anton says, I have no such intentions. I'm going to chase the rook. The rook went away. Rook went back to a2. Now he is ready to capture this pawn, rook d7. Knight f3. Yeah, it just looks like, well, what can we say? Jordan just completely misplayed it, got bamboozled.
You can see it on his face. He's not happy.
No.
He understands that he really had a golden opportunity to just finish this day with a draw, an easy draw, because White didn't get any advantage out of the opening, and he completely spoiled it.
Exactly, and he has taken on c6, as we anticipated. Those extra pawns sure add up, and rook takes e4, as Jordan will do his best to stay alive, but he's just too much material down at this moment.
It's not over yet. Definitely not over yet, but the position is difficult. If you take on e4, sure, you're inviting the rook from d8 to potentially land on d1, but you can even go bishop e3 at this point.
I was thinking much more simply in terms of bishop e3. Yep. Yes, you're welcome to take the pawn on c5, but in this case I wanted to play knight takes, which comes with a tempo. You move your rook, put my knight on d4. I'm 2 pawns up.
And he played.
Much more importantly, I'm supporting the a pawn with my rook on a2, and I'm ready to play bishop g2. To my taste, this
he played it. He played bishop e3.
Yeah.
Now this is the position we currently have on the board. You do not want to allow any of the rooks to land on the first rank, and that is why you have that guardian on e1, the rook on e1.
Yeah.
That is so important to maintain there. Also, having this rook on e4 is just a target for your light square bishop.
Very important. And jumping to Zagreb and Maurice. What do you have for us, Maurice?
Well, this game has only gone one move forward, but it is looking bad as ever for Nepo, as he's going to be disgusted in this situation to lose to the tail ender in the event, Ivan Šarić. Now, Šarić had told me at dinner a couple of nights ago, he said, you know, it seems my friends have told me that this tournament is almost made for me. Like, they pick players who I've beaten before. He's got a great score. He may not have a plus, like a big plus score, but he said he's actually pretty competitive. There might be one player in the event, I think it might have been Geary, who dominates him, but otherwise, he's done great and has beaten everybody else pretty much, or had a draw in the one encounter he had. So he's doing extremely well, and after the move king to f1 in this game, he played rook takes on b2, so snacking on another pawn. He's got the passed b pawn, that's a major threat. Rook to b7 played. He can now play king takes g4 and snack on the g pawn. That's going to be problematic. You got to be careful, because if you take on f7 with the rook, then king f3, and the king is caught in a mating net, you'll have to sacrifice a rook and end up in a lost endgame, sacrifice in exchange. This is just terrible for him, and we mentioned if he gets this, he'll go to +1. He'll join, I believe it's MVL, at +1. He'd be among the leaders in the tournament. What an amazing turn, and Nepo not making any kind of bones about it. He is disgusted, staring at this horrible position, hoping his opponent somehow blunders, but he just can't believe it. He's got the white pieces and is being steamrolled as the Croatian fans are cheering right now. Go Ivan! Will he get it done? We'll see in the next few minutes.
Wow, what a turn of events. This would be a Cinderella story in the making here, as king takes g4 is just a monstrous move. King takes g4, king f3 plays itself. But you, Christian, you're looking at Shaq's game. Shaq sacrificed a pawn. How is he doing?
I was looking at that, and I have to say I'm not definitely surprised by Nepo's situation, because we were mentioning at the beginning the time difference. Ivan really knew what he's doing. He had 25 minutes after 20 moves. Nepo only had 16 minutes. But yes, Yasser, let's go into this one, because Mamediyarov is sacrificing pawn after pawn, and
right.
He really enjoys this type of chess. We know that about him. He did that against Vichy Anand just a couple of games ago. He did that in this one as well with this bomb of a move, h4, that I was completely bamboozled by. h4, why are you giving up a pawn? Sure, take it. I'm going to create some sort of entry squares. Kind of a bluff, to be honest. Looking at the engine, this is kind of a bluff. And of course, Duda immediately called it. g5, queen, e4, take on e4, take on e4, knight to b4, queen to d2, knight to d5. This is the current position that we have on the board after rook to e1, queen to d7. The question is, how are you going to attack me as white?
The compensation.
I don't know. Where is the compensation?
It's all about the f5 square to me. So I'm thinking knight c5, knight f5.
Knight c5, I'm going to go queen to d6, so it's very
Inviting
crucial.
me to go to f5.
I am, but I need to keep contact with this pawn on h6. For example, if I go queen to c7 or anything of that nature, you're going to be able to attack this pawn on h6, and later on you're going to play f3. This is the key in the position.
Right.
But coming to f5 doesn't come without a cost. After knight to c5, queen to d6, if you try to go knight to f5, I simply have queen to f6. And you don't have a way to connect your pieces very well. You have to keep contact with this knight on f5, probably via queen c2. The problem is that queen on f6 will no longer be attacked. You don't have knight to e4 anymore because that knight will be captured. I also have ideas such as knight to b4 that's going to force you to pretty much resign.
Do you have knight d7, knight before knight d7?
Sure, knight before knight d7, and then we go into knight takes c2.
I'm fighting for a draw.
It's not even fighting for a draw because not only that you're losing one pawn, you already lost one pawn. You have the weaknesses in the position, you're also losing this guy.
Gotcha. Good point.
Not looking good for Mamediarov.
Not looking good at all.
But he's fighting. He's a fighter. We know that about him.
Developments in the Nepo game. King takes g4 was played by Ivan. And after king takes g4, as Maurice was saying, you have no time to capture this pawn on f7. Rook takes f7 is met by king f3, forcing you to give back the exchange. So Nepo said, okay, rook h8, bishop e5. I think there's many boss moves here. Bishop e5 sure looks like a boss move to me. Rook b8 check and b2. And you say to yourself, oh, have you ever seen such a magnificent bishop? Bishop is looking so good. Rook takes, and I'm expecting rook to d1.
Which was played.
And collecting the pawn, you have to go back to prevent b1 equals queen. So rook b7 and rook takes d5. Just snacking on another pawn, and that will be, if I've got my math right, extra pawns, but also this nice move, maybe even a little touch rook. No.
b2 first,
It's not
right?
necessary. Just rook takes d5 is good enough.
I think it's the easiest way. This is just going to be a painful loss for our leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. There's no way around it. You're going to, at some point, have to give that rook on for the b2 pawn, and that's just going to be a rook endgame with 2 pawns down, which every Russian schoolboy, in this case, Croatian schoolboy, knows how to convert. So there's no coming back from this one.
No, it sure looks like this is all she wrote. And by the way, a very, very informed, very impressive Nepo, being comprehensively outplayed here by the local superstar Ivan Saric.
Check the commentator's curse and Nepo coming back.
Exactly.
With a vengeance.
Exactly. The commentator's curse indeed. And we've just seen
now we're going to see
rook
king
check,
to e6 or king to
and
g5.
now I think the king just winds its way back after rook f8 check. I'm expecting king e6. I also, sorry, bishop f6, rook takes b2.
Yes.
That's one of the things I don't want to fall for. It's so easy to make a move like bishop f6 thinking, you know, everything is protected, it's wonderful, and then to be, I remember it was a game between Wesley So versus MVL and the Grand Chess Tour. Wesley had a position where he had like bishop and maybe 3 connected passed pawns, and he allowed a move like rook takes b2. He still won. His position was so overwhelming, but it was a painful blunder that nearly cost a crucial half point.
I do remember that.
Yeah, Wesley did.
He was shocked himself.
I know, and it's like you just don't imagine that you could lose a pawn that was so very well protected. King e6 on the board.
Rook to e8, a check is played as well. We're going to see the king zigzagging d7, then moving the rook away from d5, and then hiding the king to d5. That's the plan.
Exactly. Let's see what has happened. He did play king d7 as anticipated. Rook back to b8 and rook to b1. Very nice move. You cannot touch the pawn on e4, which you wanted to, because that would allow b1 equals queen. Neither, if you play rook takes b2, it's going to be a rook and pawn endgame, but it's going to be 3 pawns versus 1, 2 extra pawns. Not all rook and pawn endgames are drawn, especially those where you're 2 pawns behind. That would be all she wrote. If you don't take the pawn, then as you say, you get a chance to play king e6. You follow up with d5 and put your king on f5, and that will be very easy for black. So Nepo is out of it here. I think that we can just call this game and just take a look at what's happened in the game of Vichy and Nantes. Now, Vichy voluntarily sacrificed his queen for a rook and bishop, and he has a position where, well, frankly, white is trying to draw.
And I think he does have the
fortress-like possibilities.
I do think
his
he
bishop
has a
is fantastic. He's saying that you could play f5 and g4, but after we trade everything, a draw there. So the big news is in that game, by the way, is it's 10 minutes for Vichy, 1 minute for Grishuk. Not a big surprise, as he's constantly in time trouble. The game, however, that has a lot of content still is the game between Shaq. If you could bring that up on your board for just a quick second. After f7, f5, I'm not sure what's going on. There's this move, rook e5, that has my attention. And can I leverage it to an attack on black's king?
That is a good question. Let's see what happens. So
yeah,
after this move, queen to d7, we were discussing the position.
Knight c5, knight f5.
And he played the move a3, just trying to stop black's attack in its tracks. f5, knight to c5, queen to h7. A move such as f5, pushing the last pawn in front of your king, that's a difficult move to make. The key point behind it is that you want to drop this queen all the way to h7, opening up potentially with an attack via f4 this king on b1. This is a key move that Jan Christoph Duda had in store when he played the move f5. King to a1, sidestepping that attack with f4, and now we have knight to f6. Finally, this knight has returned to its precious square on f6, because he didn't really like staying on g4. He could always get attacked with f3. He didn't want to stay there. Wanted to go back to f6, and now he's going to take advantage of the fact that this knight on g3 is potentially a target after f4, knight to f5. Maybe go back to g4. Wow. Who knows? This would be the right way to play this position and almost force, well, not resignation, but white into a very dangerous corner in this game.
Exactly. A quick question for you. Was queen d3 the right move there? If you could just go back on your board when Shaq played the move queen d3.
Yep.
Somehow I was much more attracted to the move rook e5. Did that lead anywhere, Christian?
Rook e5 was probably a very decent move, yes. But still the position is difficult after a move such as f4.
I see. Okay, so all of these sacrifices, Shaq is not getting lucky with his sacrifices today.
The only move that might have held the balance in the position, at least the dynamic balance in the position. Objectively, black is doing very well.
Right,
but with a weak king like this, anything can happen, and with low time controls. f3 would have been that move, trying to prepare against f4 and put the knight in the center with knight e4. f3 is not an easy move to make.
Okay, well, thank you, Christian. Let's go return to the game of Ivan Saric. He was putting the finishing touches on our tournament leader and challenger to the world champion, Jan Nepo, and well, he achieved the rook and pawn endgame with 2 extra pawns, and I can almost hear Garry Kasparov cheering him on, as it is Team Kasparov, Ivan Saric playing the rapid chess portion, while Garry Kasparov will come in this weekend.
This is a big result. This is a big result for the local hero.
There's no question about it, and we're expecting after this move rook to e8. You could simply play rook to e1. Defending the pawn on e4, prepping the move d3.
And I just want to take this moment to appreciate the wildcards and the selection of the wildcards, because they have been stellar in every single Grand Chess Tour event we've had so far. In Bucharest, we had a youngster, Bogdan Deac, who finished on a very respectable -1 position against the best chess players in the world. He also upset MVL in that one.
Exactly.
We go to Paris. Back row just simply crushed it. He finished in 4th position, tied with the 3rd position, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, just an amazing result. And now we see Ivan on 50%, ready to take down the leader. The selection of the wildcards and the wildcards just bringing everything they had to the table has just been magnificent.
And here we have 11 players. Again, it's Team Kasparov. Kasparov is teaming up with Ivan Saric, those 2 players at the bottom. And there are 7 wildcard players actually in the field, 6 if you think of Ivan and Gary as 1 player. But they have taken the measure of the tour leaders, tour players. There's only 4 tour players in Croatia. And here, Ivan is actually thinking over his decision. I thought rook e1 was an automatic. He's played king f4, so we're going to see a lot of checks, and Black's king is going to be driven to d3. Don't forget, though, there is a g6 pawn that might get scooped up. It should be winning. Why didn't he play rook e1?
Well,
is it a better choice to play king to
This
e5?
is the very easy construction he's trying to get.
Okay.
He's trying to give up the g6 pawn.
To get his pawn
to
to
get
e3.
his pawn all the way to d2.
To d2 or
to d2,
pawn?
all the way to d2. And that's going to block your king. Your king is not going to be able to move anywhere around. Then I'm going to bring the king to c3. You're going to be forced to give me a check, and then I'm just going to invade via e2.
d3 and e2.
That's going to be game over. I don't think there's anything white can do against that.
It's so simple. And was there, in fact, we're getting at the position that you've just described, where you go d3, you've taken the pawn, you go d2. Let's say
to be honest,
d2.
after d2, you can, right now, after d2, you can even go rook to g1 if you want.
Yeah, exactly.
And get the
I
queen.
just wanted to put this position on the board where what we were discussing is that if I get this position, now I'm threatening to move the rook and make a queen, which forces you to give me a series of checks, which only drives me into your position. No more checks. I'm getting ready to make the move. And
if you go something along the lines of rook to e8, now I have the very easy rook to g1.
Now it's much more simple.
Which can also be played as we are looking on the position on the board right now. So this is what he's debating. Is he going to invade with a king and support that pawn that way, or is he just going to get the queen versus rook immediately after rook to g1? In my estimation, I think he should get the king first, because those endgames, sometimes you get that rook on g3.
Queen.
Yeah, the king and queen. I don't want to go there. I do not want to go there. I don't want to risk it.
I'm trying to remember, there was who was it? It was a Grand Chess Tour event where it was queen versus rook, but I think the queen did end up winning through a very, very difficult series of Zugzwang. Maybe it was Grishuk that was involved. In any case, I'm with you 100%. I like moving the king c4 versus a rook g1. What was Ivan's choice?
He's thinking.
He's thinking. By the way, our congratulations to Anton Korobov, who has won against Jordan Van Forest. Anton lost his first 2 games, didn't he?
He did.
So he's had all this. He's on a roller coaster.
He's back.
Yeah, he's back. But at Jordan Van Forest's expense.
Yes, Jordan is definitely out of shape in this tournament. He's a bit overwhelmed right now by the power of these giants of chess, and maybe he's a bit tired as well. I was mentioning he just finished 10 grueling games in the top 12. In the French top 12.
Right.
That's a very, very difficult event. It's a classical event, a lot of rounds. You're playing top opposition every single round, and there's a lot at stake. He just traveled from Paris. Now he's obviously in Zagreb, but it takes a while to acclimate and recover, re-energize yourself. So this might also be something that's playing into this situation right now that he's finding himself into.
Okay, Ivan Saric definitely weighing the scales. But let's go to Maurice as we take a break. Waiting for Ivan to make his decision. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Yasser, the game you were referring to actually featured Nepo with the black pieces in that queen ending. It might have been against Geary, the queen and rook ending I'm talking about, queen versus rook. It might have been against Geary, and the idea in that game, the main idea, was to put your queen on d3, the black queen on d3, so that the king could cross in front of it. But he did not have to do that, did Saric. He decided to bring his king down. Once the king crosses over the Rubicon, it's over, and that's why Nepo resigned. In his game, he had to do a lot of work to put the queen on d3 and then bring the king in front of it. In this game, no such need, and a huge result for this tournament, absolutely, for the country itself. All of Croatian chess fans have got to be jumping up and down as their man has taken down the leader. Yesterday it was Geary he beat. Today he had Nepo against the ropes, let him go. Now beating, I had MVL against the ropes, now beating Nepo. What is going on as the rise of Ivan Saric becomes the biggest news in the tournament right now?
Absolutely, great news indeed. Great for the tour. And what do we have? We have a single game left, Chris.
Just one left, and this one is not looking good for Shaq, and you can see it on his face.
Absolutely. We just see this fantastic move, g5, g4. What does that do? Well, it introduces a massive threat of g3 and push him, baby, f3, f2.
30 seconds left for
30
Shaq.
seconds. And in case of knight e4, well, there's the move knight takes h5 with the same idea of g4, g3. And that, the more I'm looking at it, it just, that's a winner. That's
This is over.
That's a knockout, in fact.
The game's
Rook
over.
d7, trying to develop a situation where you can handle the passed f pawn. But what is happening after g3? Doesn't that just play itself?
That does play itself, and he played it.
Duda says,
Duda as well.
let me show you, Shaq, that you shouldn't be giving away your pawns. And Shaq says, you're right, I shouldn't have done it. g3, knockout blow, Christian.
Beautiful, beautiful game by Duda. He kept his composure under the vicious attack of Shakhriyar Mamediyarov. It is so scary when Shakhriyar gives you pawns and start rolling his other pawns down the board. Very, very dangerous. But he kept his composure. He defended well. He made great use of his extra pawn by launching an expansion on that side with f5, then f4, taking away all the squares from White's knights, and then converted beautifully in the endgame.
Sometimes,
I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, well done, young man. Because, again, I mean, Shakhriyar is one of those players who's one of the top 5 in the world. And when you talk about attackers, you know, you got to even maybe think of him as a top 3. And he threw his pawns against Vichy and non-Vichy defended absolutely beautiful. Duda defended even better. And, you know, Shaq must feel really frustrated because he's saying, golly, I'm getting positions that I really like to play. I'm attacking my opponents. My opponents are just, you know, better defense than my offense. Impressive.
They're defending tenaciously, and to be honest, it could have been worse for Shakhriyar if that game against Vishwanathan Anand
could have easily gone against him.
It could have gone 0-1 easily in that one. So he, I would say, escaped. He's taking a bit too many risks. Could be emboldened by his incredible result in Bucharest.
Right.
And this is one of the dangers of chess. Sometimes when you have these amazing results, you start playing carefree, and that could backfire. Of course, you have to find the balance between that confidence you're getting and the overconfidence, and then bluffing your way into worse positions and then losing. So this is where he's finding himself at. And Duda, let's not take that away from him because he defended marvelously.
Absolutely.
And also he picked up his first win of the tournament.
Exactly. Very, very important. Big story there as well. But once again, our biggest story of this final round today is the loss of Nepo. And I'm still recovering from it because Nepo was playing regally. He was killing it. But now let's jump to Zagreb as Maurice is with Duda, the Polish fighter.
The Polish fighter, indeed, Jan Krzysztof Duda, after a big win against Shakhtar Mamadyrov. Jan, the tournament hadn't been going great for you. How does this put it in perspective so far?
Yeah, it's very nice to win the game. I don't think I'm in especially good form. At least, I mean, I was kind of struggling in most of my games here. So it's very nice to win with black against Shakhtar Mamadyrov. But of course, the position was so sharp that it was basically anyone's game, I think.
You get this opportunity to play on the Grand Chess Tour, a wild card. You've been here before, of course. I remember you being in Paris a couple of years ago. What does it feel like to know that you're in that orbit where you're somebody desirable, that they want to invite to these kind of events?
Yeah, it's very nice, and I'm thankful for being invited, and yeah, I'm trying to do my best and play good chess.
You haven't played in quite some time. Of course, COVID has stopped a lot of players. Is this a warm-up for you for anything, or are you playing in the World Cup? Any big aspirations or big events coming up for you?
Yeah, I had actually a warm-up. It was a tournament in Prague not that long ago. So yeah, and I'm playing in World Cup after that, after Grand Chess Tour. So yeah, it's very nice to have a lot of practice in Rapid and Blitz, which might be vital in World Cup, I think.
Now that you've won this game against one of the leaders on the tour, any kind of hope for maybe coming back in this event?
Yeah, hopefully, but yeah, I don't know what to expect tomorrow, to be honest. Just trying to play good games, and I have 2 whites, so I definitely have some hopes, but yeah, time will tell what happens.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Nice.
And again, our congratulations to Duda, winner of the first game. But let's take a look at the standings, Christian. After 6 rounds of rapid chess, what do you got for us?
Let's see where we stand. We have still Jan Nepomniachtchi, even after his loss in the final round with 8 points. Following him closely are Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Ivan Saric, and Vishwanathan Anand with 7 points. Anish Giri, Jan Krzysztof Duda with 6 points, and Alexander Grishchuk, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and Anton Korobov, who just won his final game with 5 points. Dead last, unfortunately for him, is the youngster, the 22-year-old Jordan Van Forest, who is unfortunately still trying to find that first victory.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the lines. We're going to have it for you, some of the line scores of our tournament leaders. Again, for us, the story was this Nepo loss, because I just want to say, you know, sometimes when you see these kinds of wins, did Saric play like a perfect game? I mean,
he did.
I'm sorry, but like he didn't make any mistakes.
Yes, sir, that was a perfect game.
From
the beginning to the end, he knew the theory, he knew what he was doing, and he knew where he was heading. And he was heading in that endgame, which I guarantee you, and maybe Maurice can ask him, he analyzed before. He knew how to expand on the queen side. He knew how to open the position. And we're seeing him masterfully playing, confidently playing against this top opposition, especially against Nepo. I mean, Nepo has this aura of invincibility in this tournament, especially.
Exactly.
Ivan said, okay, bring it.
Let's go.
He brought it.
And let's go to Maurice with Ivan Saric.
We are with the Croatian #1, Ivan Saric, after a huge win against tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. First of all, Ivan, tell us how you feel beating the world champion challenger Ja ne pomniči?
Well, I feel great, especially after today. I've played good chess today. And in the last game, I took his gift in the opening, and I've converted a slightly better position, maybe much better position, but anyway, I'm very happy. Since now, besides the world champion, I've also beaten the world championship challenger, so like in my career, that's those two are big victories.
Big victories indeed. I call that damn good, is what that is. Amazing. Take us through some of these moves. Right here, you said you felt like Bishop G2 played by Nepo might have been an inaccuracy, allowing you to get this nice move, A5.
Yeah, because after this A5, White can't really recapture afterwards on D5 with a piece. For example, if instead of A5, if I had played knight D5, knight takes D5, then I can't really attack the knight on D5, and then everything is fine. But after A5, my queen is forced to a better square, to B7, so knight E7 is forced. Here, if he doesn't play knight D5, for example, knight D3, I can just go rook D8, and I was preparing the other one, so I can play F5 or D5, and I mean, as soon as you lose control over the D5 square with white pieces in Sveshnikov, you are immediately fighting for equality. So after knight D5, queen B7, yeah, he can't really defend this knight, so he will eventually recapture on D5 with a pawn, and that position is just strategically bad. Of course, he knew this, and he was, in that point, he was already quite unhappy with his position. And yeah, afterwards, I was playing good. I think the endgame is, over the board, it's very hard to hold this endgame with white pieces, because you just have to wait, and you have no idea what to do, and black always has some ideas.
Let's jump ahead to an endgame position.
Okay, critical moment was when I pushed b4, I think. Here, because I needed to open up my position, but I'm also giving him the A pawn, the A pass pawn, so I needed to create some counterplay. And the important trick I saw after B3 is that, for example, if he plays A5, I can just go rook C2, which is, also I can play rook B4 and transpose to the game, but rook C2 is very interesting. And then just take on B2, because he can't recapture. And yeah, after rook b4, actually, I thought I'm immediately winning, and the game is over because of rook e4, f5 threat. But he found this nice resource with a5.
Tricky guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Did that shock you when it appeared on the board?
Because I saw this motif before, but just with a different move order. So yeah, I have to sacrifice exchange here, and afterwards, like, all my pieces are working well, and all his pawns are weak, so practically he can't defend any pawn.
You got this great position on the board after e4, king g2, and you sacrifice, and rook d2 just looks like a picture.
Yeah, e3 is a big problem, and he's not in time to take on f7, so he has to play king f1, and then afterwards with king g4, king f3 also coming. Now he can't take on f7 with neither of his rooks, and yeah, he tried his last chance with putting rook on the b file, but I just have too many pawns. So that was it.
That was indeed it. We had dinner a few nights ago, and you were saying, yeah, I just want to do okay so that Gary can come in. Right now, you're doing a lot more than okay. Gary must be jumping up and down. What are your thoughts about the fact that you're running fast, that first leg for the world champion to come in behind you?
Well, still there are 3 rounds left, but I have 2 white pieces tomorrow, and yeah, I'm hoping to finish with a positive score in the end. But yeah, saying before the tournament that I'm hoping for something more is really overly optimistic, because I'm here. I'm last seeded, so yeah, for me 50% was like amazing result, amazing expectation from the beginning, but yeah, now I'm a bit more ambitious.
Ambitious indeed. Great job so far. Good luck tomorrow with those 2 white pieces. Looking forward to it. I'm sure your countrymen and women are cheering you on right now.
Thank you very much.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, and our congratulations, Ivan. Let's take a look at the line score that he's produced this far, Christian.
He started off with a draw in round number 1. He lost the second game, but after that immediately bounced back with a victory in round 3. He made 2 draws at the beginning in the first couple of rounds of today. And then in the final one, of course, that is, I want to say, the game of the day. A win against Nepo Miyashi.
And speaking of which, Nepo, our tournament leader, dropped a game. Look at these beautiful victory, draw in day 1. And today, victory. We thought, oh my gosh, this guy's running away with it. Somebody's got to stop him. A draw in round 5. And then suddenly this very unexpected loss. And what about our 5-time world champion, Vichy?
Well, Vichy is definitely holding his own today. He started off with a victory in day 1, lost the second game, then drew the third one, then a draw at the beginning of today's rounds, and in the second round, he won that beautiful endgame against Anton Korobov. In the final round, he drew against Alexander Grishuk. Quite an interesting run of events for Viswanathan Anand.
And also MVL quietly holding his own in this Grand Chess Tour in Croatia. Started with a loss and we thought, oh no, not again. MVL is like, it's going away from him. But he bounced back with a win in round 2, draw in round 3, so he finished 50% in day 1. But today he started with a victory, drew rounds 5 and 6, and he's on a positive plus score.
Absolutely.
Very nice, very nice. And we've caught up with our birthday boy as Leonard Otis on the right is playing, you know, when the cat's away, the mice will play, as we like to say.
Absolutely.
And there we talk about the multicolored hair. We're going to have to ask Maurice to take Leonard to dinner. Final thoughts from Croatia with Maurice.
Indeed, happy birthday, Leonard. You know, you look at this event, and when you come in, you say there's 7 wild cards. There's 7 wild cards. So it's not like there's 1 or 2 that they're performing well. There's 7 of them. That's a record number for the Grand Chess Tour of any single event. And they're all strong, as evidenced by the fact that the lowest seed, Ivan Šarić, just defeated Nepo, the top seed, and by the way, mentioned, I mean, the world champion challenger, and mentioned, oh yeah, I also beat Magnus Carlsen, throwing some shade. And he also is near the top as well. It's not that he was coming back from the bottom and just got this one victory. He's there up at the top as well in the event, tied for second right now. The wild cards are showing their stuff. Anand also showing what he can do as well. I can tell you, the tour players, they're happy to see Nepo lose. They need Nepo to come backwards. They need him to go down on the list because people like MVL, people like Anish Giri, Shakram Mamadirav, despite a loss, still in it after that win in Bucharest. They're hoping to see all these wild cards beat each other up so that they can then surpass them. That's the wish anyway. But for now, that's the story. The underdog story is always a good one, and that's what we've got at this event right now. Looking forward to seeing what happens with those 3 critical games tomorrow of Rapid. 6 points up for grabs. Should be some exciting games here in Zagreb.
Thank you, Maurice. Excitement, it has been, and more excitement is promised as we look at our schedule of 3 days remaining. Tomorrow, it's all Rapid. We play 3 more games of Rapid game, rounds 7 through 9, and then over the weekend, 18 games of Blitz as Garry Kasparov joins the tour. For those 18 games of Blitz, we'll play 9 games of Blitz on Saturday, July 10th, followed by 9 games of Blitz July 11th. And we also want to give a big shout out to KasparovChess.com for supporting us on the tour, and to mention that there's a membership promo going on right now, Christian.
Absolutely. We do have 30% off with promo code GCT Croatia at KasparovChess.com. CasperovChess.com, I have to say it's such an amazing platform. One of the things that I'm really enjoying watching there is documentaries. I'm seeing documentaries again about MVL, about chess boxing, about boxing, chess in India and so on. All these developing stories that build the brand of our superstars, the chess players. And this is amazing to see. I think this is a novel approach that they're taking. They also have an amazing platform to play. So yes, go support. They are supporting us. We are exclusive on CasperovChess.com. Go and get your 30% off. We'll see you tomorrow, guys.
We'll see you tomorrow indeed. Good night, everyone.